Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Constant questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. On the flickering light. Sticky floors, coffee stains, buzzing neon light remains. Faces murmur, shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood. Shadows move where nothing should. Secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Constant questions, mouths shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. coffee stains, buzzer neon light remains, faces murmur shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight on the flickering light. Cops and questions, mouths shut tight, truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars, a world of bruises and broken scars, justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whispers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black.
All right. Welcome back, y'all. Great to have you back here at the cafe. Hope you're all having a great day today. Part 2 of going through these supplemental reports on the University of Idaho murders case. What a mess this is. And oh boy, there's a lot to look at and a lot to read, guys. We're reading through it document for document, word for word. That way we see and hear every single bit of what's going on, or what was going on, that we should have known about a long time ago, but we didn't. So we're finding out now. So thank you guys all so much for joining me for this. Please make sure that you're hitting that like button. Share this out. Let everybody know we're doing it here, guys. Looks like we got 34 peeps with 27 likes. You guys are amazing. Please hit the like button. Again, share it out. That being said, let's jump back into this mess. Here we go. All right. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining us. I hope everybody slept well, because you're going to need it. You need to be rested to be able to understand all this stuff. There's a lot, a whole lot. Hopefully we get through more today than we did yesterday. Because I know I looked ahead to some of these earlier and yesterday. There's some quite interesting things coming out with these that kind of proves what a lot of us have seen and thought on this in a lot of sense. So it's interesting. And I got, my question is why? Why is this happening? Why did they do this? Why did they hide these things? Why did they lie about these things? Why did they? Some of it seems like it could have just been a bad investigation in some senses, but a lot of it is very blatant as to what it is. So I don't know, guys. We'll see what it is. But like I said, we're reading through these word for word, document by document. And hopefully you guys are taking it and you're perceiving it how you do, however you should choose to. That's up to you. It's all I'm saying, guys, is it's definitely not what they want us to think it is. So there's that. Just saying. So that's what we're doing today. Let me see what we got. Who we got in the house today? Allison White, welcome back. Alicia J, hey. Reality with Miss Krista Marie, good to see you. Banana Mom, welcome back. It is definitely a crazy town. Matt O, I have a question for you. Ask away, my friend. Penny Lane, good to see you. Philip Hughes, welcome back again, my friend. Good to see you today. Excuse me. Let's see here. Miss Cat K, welcome. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Monica Parker, welcome. Good to see you. Miss Sherry, welcome back to you. And of course, the lovely Miss Paul is in the house today. Thank you for being here. Tony DeWong, welcome back, my friend. Great to see you. I don't think we got to see you until the end yesterday. Great to have you early on. The Done Ones in the house as well. LA Looks, welcome back. We are live. Yes, good to see you. And happy Friday to you guys, too. For all you hard workers out there that work through the week. It's your last day. Good, and great to know that. Beach Babe, welcome. Good to see you. Don't get mad. Just answer. Okay. I don't really get mad, Matt. It takes a lot to get me mad. Michelle Weddle, welcome back. Good to see you today. I just don't understand how you side. Okay. And that's understood. I'll explain it to you if you want me to. Tomboy is in the house. The bird has landed. Good to see you, Tomboy. Yeah, 100%. She's got a good point there. She does. Matt, there's no reason to get mad. I get no understanding it. Yeah, I know you asked him, but myself, I'm on the fence. But it's not BK, it's the investigation. And that's truly what it is. And that's what I want you to understand, guys. We're not here today, yesterday, or any of the days coming forth about Brian Kohberger. That's not what I'm here doing, okay? At this point, and I don't want this to sound cold, but because I do, but I don't. I don't care about Brian right now, okay? What I care about is the investigation, the corruption within the investigation, which inevitably ended at Brian Kohberger, yes. But we're here about the corrupted investigation, the corruption within the government there, and the state and the local authorities. That's what we're here about, okay? The Constitution has been used for toilet paper in that area, folks, and it's horrible. That's what my biggest issue with this whole thing is. Do I want to see somebody that I think at this point is going to prison based on, and I'm kind of still, okay, let me put it this way. I'm kind of on the fence a little bit right now again, like I was before, okay? Until it's proven to me. And that's what this is about. I want to see what was done in this investigation. I want to see why this was done within this investigation. This is scary. So here's the thing, Matt. So since you think the investigation was flawed, they should let BK out. Well, no, I didn't say they should let him out. I've never said that, Matt. If you go back and watch any of my shows, I've never said Brian was innocent fully until just recently that I said I thought that it points to him looking very innocent until this all happened. What I said is I don't understand how you're saying Brian did this when there's no evidence that shows that he did it, Matt. Everything that we've looked at, points to it away from him, actually. And I saw, to your other question, did I see what was done to Kaylee? I did. I'm not going to say that I see what he did to Kaylee. There's no proof that he did that to Kaylee, Matt. That's the problem. That's why I keep saying that. There is nothing. And you've heard this, Matt. You've heard the detectives and the prosecutors say that they have zero connection between Brian Kohberger and the victims. There's no DNA from the victims on anything that belongs to Brian. Okay. I'm glad you asked me that question, my friend. What if it was your child? If it was my child, I would want to know the truth. I would want to know who truly did this, who all was involved in this. That's what I would want, is the truth. I'm not just going to pick somebody out of random because the law enforcement arrested that person and say, okay, let's go. No, that's weak. Okay, that's weak. And that's pathetic. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God, to finish it off. Okay, that's what I want. I don't want some bullshit joke of an investigation, just grabbing anybody at random that there's no proof committed these crimes. That's what I'm saying. I just said no, I don't believe they should let him out. I believe they should put him on trial. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Brian Kohberger should have went to trial and proven whether he did this or didn't do it. That's what I've been saying for 2.5 years, Matt. Every time we talk about it, I want the trial. Even if there would have been, and I've said this, my moderators, they know this, they've heard me say it, and probably other people in here know that if they would have showed me actual proof that Brian did this, I'd be standing first in line with a pitchfork and a torch. Let's go. Let's go, bro. Let's do it, okay? But until you show me that, until you show me absolute evidence that that man went inside that house, which the prosecution said they don't have. So if you don't have that, how can you say he did it? That's what I want to know. You should, my friend, want to know the truth as well. You know, I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just saying everybody should want to know the truth. We're not being told the truth. If you read these reports, Matt, okay, if you're reading through these reports, and there's more coming, that I am going to promise you're going to question a couple of these things I'm going to read to you. If you read these reports, it doesn't make you question something. Think about that, okay? You should believe in our Constitution. You should believe that it should be followed and want truth. Not just because police arrested him that it's what it is. That's the whole problem. It happens every day, Matt. You want me to show you the statistics and how many people are sitting in prison right now that it's been proven that they didn't commit the crime? Just because he admitted to it doesn't mean anything. Think about it. Go look it up, dude. I'm telling you. Think about it. It happens all the time. There's people sitting on death row that it's been proven unequivocally that they're not the ones that did it. And that's okay. You think that another innocent person should die if they didn't commit the crime? That's all I'm saying to you. I absolutely have never, ever said that I think that Brian should be let out. All I've ever said is I want the trial. I want to see why you think this man did this, because I have my doubts. Why did he plead guilty? I don't know, Matt. I know as much as you do. But understand that within the court systems, there are steps to everything that goes on. There are steps. Do you also understand that Brian can appeal this? Do you know and realize that now? Even though he waived his right to appeal? He absolutely, and I respect your take on it, Matt. Don't get me wrong. I absolutely respect your take on it. Okay, because he said he did it, that must mean he did it. Okay. Do you think he did it alone, Matt? Let me ask you that question. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Do you think Brian Christopher Kohberger went in and murdered 4 people in that house by himself that night? Mayhem and Miracles, and let me see who else we got real quick. Go ahead and answer that, buddy. Mayhem and Miracles. Christy Nevada's in the house. The cat lady, welcome back. Miss Josie Joe, what's happening, girl? Jessica Volk, Pamela Smith. Eddie's in the house. I'm glad you're back today, buddy. Fizzy Cake visiting in here. Michelle F., good to see you. Let me see. The done one. Miss Sherry. Miss Pamela, good to see you. I think I caught everybody else so far. Come on in, guys. Okay, so that's right. A fair trial. Not what he was going to have. Not what he was going to have. Because he was not going to have a fair trial. And it proof, Matt, is what we're reading right now. because none of this stuff was brought to the table. Tomboy's in the house. So no, bud, I don't want him set free, okay? Because I don't want him to be set free just in case he did do this by some odd chance that would they be able to prove. What I want, I think is what everybody wants, is to see this man go to trial, get a fair trial in the state of Idaho, and for the prosecution to not cheat, lie, and do things that they shouldn't do to make this happen and to prove their case. That's all I want to see. My right hand to God, that's all I've ever wanted to see. And guess what, bud? They couldn't do that. They weren't going to be able to do that. They don't have a case. Bill Thompson read to you in the day that he took the plea what their case was, and it's nothing any more than what we have. He did do it. Okay, I want to know why you know that, Matt. Were you there with him the day that it happened? Were you there? See, that's the problem. Why aren't we going to see that, Matt? Tell me that. Why? I'm already starting to see some of this stuff in these reports we're reading. Hey, I want you on panel Sunday for... Okay. Just give me a reminder, Lana. I'll be there. No problem. I will be there for sure. You weren't there. Okay. So how do you know he did it, though? That's what I want to know. You're saying he did do it, and you're sure of that, sir. Okay. That's awesome, Lana. Awesome. I'll be there just to hang out with you. I ain't worried about that, but I want to be there just to hang out. Sounds like fun. Sounds like fun, Miss Lana. I've been wanting to hook up with you on a panel for a while anyway. You don't know what's going to happen, Matt. Do you think that everything that we're reading in these reports is normal, bud? I'm down, girl. Let's do it. You too, hon. You too. I'm sure I am, Eddie, but that's okay. I'll play into it for a little while because I want to see if he's got any kind of an explanation for this. Respectfully, I do. I want to see what you think. Why you think he did it. I'm right about what, bud? What am I right about? Maybe, Tomboy, maybe. It's all good. Listen, folks, everybody has the right to their opinions. Whether this is Jeff, Matt, whoever, I don't care. It doesn't matter. I know what I think, what I see. I know what we've all seen. Why we have doubted what we've doubted. It's not just because we feel like it, because we want to. Do you think it's normal to plead guilty to a crime that he didn't commit? It happens a lot, but no, it's not normal. But do you think it's normal to have ineffective assistance of counsel when you're trying to defend somebody in a courtroom? Because that's exactly what he had. They did not give the defense anything they asked for. Nothing. Nothing at all, sir. So what was she supposed to do? How was she supposed to prove? Because it's truly not their job. Okay, here, you have to understand something. In a case like this, the way this works, it's not the defense's job to prove that Brian didn't do this. It's the state's job to prove that he did do it. That's all it is, okay? And they weren't doing that. They weren't doing that. And I don't believe they were going to do that, okay? That's why they jumped on the plea deal wagon as fast as they did, and we're so excited about it. Realize that they didn't win here, sir. They didn't do anything to prove that Brian was inside that home and did this. That's what I want to see. I want to see why you know he did this. I want to see why they know that he was in there and did this. Because if you base it on what they have nothing, sir. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Not enough for me to believe he did this by himself in 7 minutes to 4 people with dyspraxia, killing 2 people at the same time with multiple weapons. Is he a ninja? Because I know he's not. Think about that. I'm not saying that he couldn't even be involved in it. Where's the other people involved in it too? If that's the case, because he didn't do it by himself. You think Richard Allen was responsible for the murders in the Delphi case too, sir? Let me ask you that real quick. And again, sir, this is all respectfully. I respect your feelings. I don't agree with you, but I respect your feelings. Oh shit! Hold on. Just drop something. SRBBBBB. How don't you do it by himself? They said themselves, sir, in the documents and the prosecution, that there were 2 people killed simultaneously, meaning at the same time. Xana and Ethan were killed at the exact same time. One person did that. One person that has dyspraxia, for one. Okay. Meanwhile, there's 2 other people in the house too. I want you to show me how that happened. Because even the victims of the families, or the families of the victim, and if you've been paying attention to that recently, they don't believe he did it by himself. What part in the document? What are you talking about? Where did they say that happened? I can't remember which document it was. I'm sure somebody will find it, but it says that Xana and Ethan were killed simultaneously, which means at the same time. And I'm going to tell you right now, okay, if I'm wrong, I will eat crow with no problem. But we have 41 days, and I want you to watch to see if Brian doesn't go and appeal for this. Okay? That's all I'm saying. And if he don't, I said it yesterday, if he doesn't do it, to me, I'm just going to step back and say, okay, do I feel comfortable with his decision? No, I won't, but I'll say you did it then. You admitted to it, you did it, we're done. That's it, guys. If he does not appeal to it, that's it, we're done. Welcome, Miss Tandy, Mr. Bry, guys, in the house. Gen 7, welcome back. That was from the defense experts. Okay, thank you, Jen. Truth Seeker, good to see you. Brian said he'll eat crow with me. See? I think a lot of us would, guys, because it's not about, at least from me, okay? I've been here from day one, and I'm still here. I'm here fighting about the investigation and the corruption, and not Brian. That's what I'm here for today. Understand that, okay? In the end, if it all points to the fact still, after we go through all this, Brian doesn't appeal, and it still says it, then Brian's guilty, folks. That's all there is to it. I'm okay with that. Some of these guilters think that we're here because we love Brian, because we just won't look. No. We love the truth, and we love justice, and that's what my channel is all about, okay? That's all there is to it. Josie said an MMA guy reenacted it with the stare distance, number of stabbings, and took him 16 minutes from entry to exit. And that guy is a guy that's in the best physical condition that you can be in, an MMA fighter. So does that match up to what they're saying Brian did? It don't. That's double the amount of time they're saying he did it in. They're saying Brian did this by himself in 7 minutes, and the man has a physical issue. Do you know what dyspraxia is? And it's diagnosed in documents by, okay? Do you know what that means? How did he do that? And this guy did this. It took him twice the amount of time. Now, also, I'm sure the MMA guy wasn't getting fought off either by Kaylee, by Xana, and defended against, okay? Got to add that into the time, which is maybe not much more, but at least a couple minutes. We'll give it that. So, no. And like I said, Matt, I respect your feelings on this. I am not, how can I put this? I'm not a sheep, okay? I'm not just going to go, okay, the police arrested him, so that must mean that's what it is. When they show us proof that there's things that point away from him, you're just supposed to ignore that? But you won't ignore the other things. That's what I'm saying. You got to be able to be fair on both sides, dude. I've been that way. I've looked at it from every angle I can. And like I said, I'm not going to argue about it because I know what I see and I know what I think. When you show me, and that's what I'm asking for, I'm asking you or anybody else out there to show me proof that this man went into that home on November 13th and killed 4 people and walked back out of there. Show me. And then we'll talk about it. But until then, I'm not talking about Bryan Kohberger anymore. Bryan is in prison. He pled guilty, took a plea deal. If he goes and he does if he appeals to it, we'll follow it. Right now, we're following the case, the investigation, the corruption, and the conspiracy behind that, okay? That's what we're looking into. That's all. So, once again, you might as well throw the PCA away, okay? Because it's garbage, folks. The state has said that themselves. The state has said themselves that they have no way to show that Bryan was there. The investigating detective said yesterday they found no connection. No matter how hard they tried, there wasn't one. But he just randomly killed 4 people, right? Who does that make sense to? That's all we're saying. The PCA was a lie and a joke. It was a waste of time and paper and ink. Yep, well, we're about to get to that too. There's some very, very alarming reports we're about to go through, you guys, of things that would make you go, what? And we talked about it 2.5 years ago. Some of this stuff we're about to talk about today. And we looked at these people 2.5 years ago. So anybody that is in here that wants to tell me that they're not covering something up and hiding something, I have to tell you respectfully, you're wrong. Okay? I absolutely am telling you you're wrong. And how can I tell you that? Because I'm reading it to you right now. There have been so many lies and so much bullshit put into this. So many mistakes made. It's ridiculous. Miss Tandy, good to see you, dear. All right, guys. We got 111 of you amazingly beautiful peeps in the house. 53 likes. Come on, let's make that match if we can. Matt, if you want to know why we're saying what we're saying, if you want to know why we're talking about things the way we do, if you want to know why we have the doubts we do, sit here and listen to what I'm telling you. Sit here and listen to what I'm about to read to you. If you've already not looked at them, you can't ignore some of these things, Matt. You can't ignore a lot of these things, okay? You just can't. If you know anything about the law, you cannot ignore this stuff. It's not normal. It's not the way it's done. And a lot of it is very highly illegal. Okay? And it does not prove any slight bit that Bryan Christopher Kohberger had anything to do with this. I'm sorry, but no, it don't. Okay, so you've been reading them. Good. Then you should understand what I'm saying. Like I said, that's all I can tell you, bud. I'm not mad by any means. By any means. Actually, I'm confused. I'm confused and I'm disturbed that you don't see the things that... There's 114 people in here right now. I'm going to guess that at least 113 of them have seen the things we're talking about. Excuse me. That's all I'm saying. Welcome, Tina Gobley. Thank you, Christy, very much. And yes, once again, guys, one thing I want to tell you, everybody in this community, in this chat, I want you to know that you have the right to say what you feel, what you think about these situations. But I do not, and that is not giving anybody permission to disrespect anybody else. You're not going to do that. Yes, Brandy, I see you, hon. There you are. We're not going to disrespect each other's opinions, feelings, any of that, guys. We won't do that, okay? Nobody's stupid. Nobody's ignorant. Nobody's going to be blocked or hidden or any of that stuff because of your feelings, your thoughts, your opinions. We're going to treat each other with respect. We're going to treat the moderators with respect, and that's all there is to it. Okay? Nothing less. I have read nothing that points to perjury. Okay. Let me do you a favor here. I'm going to write that word down. Perjury. That way I can see it regularly. From here forward, anything I read, I want somebody to remind me if I forget to point out something that could be listed and considered perjury. Okay? Because there's a lot of it in here, my friend. A lot. And not just perjury, but just blatant ignorance. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody that would like to join us today. As always, as we read through this, please feel free. Yeah, you're not supposed to be able to lie in a probable cause affidavit, but they did blatantly. Welcome back today, Miss Cheryl. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. You know, Dago, I came to hang out with you if you don't mind, but I also wanted to make a comment like
Absolutely.
I did yesterday, the one I came, because maybe Mac didn't hear that yesterday, and it's all things are possible.
Yes, ma'am.
So the comment I made yesterday was that Anne feels like she's in a box, and that's why they went the way they did, because she had the movies coming out after Brian, and then she had the witness come up, and if he would have went to trial and lost, he's going to get shot. And there's a lot of people in jail that people went and said, oh, they were there to lie. They lie and get people in jail. So that's
Yes,
a possibility too. Now, I think she did that to save his life, and that was honestly the better choice, to save his life, because if not, he was going to lose with that witness. There's
right,
no
and that's
doubt
her
about
job.
it.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. And that's her job,
Yeah.
to save his life. That's all her job is, folks.
That's right.
And
I
with everything
I believe he's completely innocent.
absolutely, I respect that
Yeah,
wholeheartedly.
Yeah, and I think it took more than one person for sure. I think this is a bigger cover up than what we think, you know? I don't know if it has to do with the college. I don't know if it has to do with other things, sororities. I don't know, but this is a mess.
I think it's a combination of a couple different things, in my opinion, that we're going to be able to see here with some of this stuff that I know is ahead of us here. And it's some of it's going to be shocking. And I'm going to do this real quick too, because some of this stuff, I'm going to do it early. Some of this stuff that comes up is going to actually be a little upsetting per se. Certain things I may not read, guys. I'm going to make that choice at that point, because some of it is a lot. Okay, and it can
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18+ only. Trigger warning.
So, and a lot of it, I don't want anybody to be triggered. I don't want anybody to get upset based on things that we're going to hear. So some of it, I'll figure out if I'm going to read it or not. And if I don't, then I will at least summarize it for you so you understand it. Because some of the stuff, the autopsy stuff, is pretty dark and it's really, really graphic. And it's proof to me. When I read the autopsy,
Me too.
okay, when I read the autopsy reports on all four of them, especially Kaylee's, there's no way in hell one man did that while the other one's laying there. And no, I'm sorry, but no. And not this guy, especially with what challenges he has. Let me put it that way, in my opinion.
No muscle.
Right. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah, and he's not muscular. He's not strong.
No, he's not strong at all. And he's got a lot of challenges too, folks. Understand that, to make that a difficult thing. Like there's people like Josie just said, an MMA fighter went in and reenacted this whole thing, minus probably the people fighting back, but it took him 16 minutes, and the guy's in the best shape of his life as an MMA fighter. And it took him double the time it took supposedly Brian Koberger to do this. That should tell everybody something, at least a little something, okay? That's all I'm saying. So
absolutely.
So anyway, enough about Brian.
And I may be wrong. It's going to be.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, thank you for the warning. I just wanted to say that. You know, I have my belief, and other people have their beliefs, but I think it'll be interesting to go through all this paperwork regardless.
Oh yeah, no. It's
regardless of how it turns out.
just to see what is being done in this area within the law enforcement and the judicial system, how it was done. There was laws that were broken, folks, by law enforcement. Okay.
Yeah.
You can only make so many excuses for that. Sarah, I gotta ask you, are you from like Louisiana?
Yes, I'm from New Orleans. Yes.
Okay. I love it. I love it. I love the accent.
I talked to you on a phone when you first started. When you first
I
put the
remember.
phone up the first time, I was the first. Yeah, I was the first one to ever call in. Well, I'm glad you like it. Some people can't stand my accent,
I
so that's
love
a
it.
plus for me.
I love the New
Thank you.
Orleans. Love it, love it. So, and it's wonderful to have you here. Eddie, good morning,
Thank
good
you.
afternoon, and welcome, my friend. How are you today, brother?
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Every time, anytime. I'm grateful to have you join us again today to help us work through this and understand some of this stuff as well. It's great to have you here, sir. Pebbles, real quick, Pebbles, William Tardy, Joanne. Let me see here. M. Brown, welcome to you. Raquel, welcome back. Great to see you. Miss Mick Poppins, the Noni is in the house. Jean Romaine, welcome back to you as well. True Seeker, great to see you. Let me see here. Let me see. Every time I see Penny's name, I want to sing the song. Let's see. Woman Power 101's in the house. And Mr. Brian Bragai, of course. And everybody, please, if you will. Mark Schumann, good to see you. Kent Corbett, welcome back, my friend. Great to have you here. Julianne, great to see you as well. Please welcome our panel guests as well. Make them feel at home and comfortable. And again, everybody respect everybody, including the panel guests. Please and thank you. Let's go ahead and
I just wanted to say hello,
Yeah.
Eddie, and hello, everyone, and thanks for being here with us. Thank you. Hello, Eddie.
Hello, Cheryl. Good to see you.
You too.
All right. I appreciate you both joining us today for this. Oh boy, where are these? Let me go backwards here a little bit.
And if it's all right, Daigle, real quick, I don't want to belabor the point, but for anyone who believes that more than one person may be involved here, my question to that person would be, then who would Brian Kohlberger be covering for? Because we all know in true crime cases that during the pressure of an investigation, if there are multiple people that are involved with the crime, even if it is spouses that together have committed the crime, under that kind of pressure, they buckle and they will give up the other person easily. Again, even if they're a married couple. So who's he taking the fall? Who is he doing this for? I would ask the person who thinks that multiple people are involved.
Great point. Very good point.
And well, along that line of thinking, then why doesn't the state want to know who else is involved?
Well, I believe they're in on it with the drugs. They don't want their city to be pulled down in any kind of way. They want that school to have a good reputation. I think that's part of it too. We know it was a party house. We don't know if they were dealing.
Well, it's been talked about in many different avenues of that too, Cheryl. So, hold on a minute here. Let me get some of this stuff up. I had to go back and dig because I have uploaded the rest of these last night, and there's a lot.
Okay, I'll tell them my very first theory while you do that. When I called in, it was this Brian Kohlberger. That's what we were talking about in the very beginning. But I suggested that maybe someone came in and drugged the ones they wanted to knock out and put them in position and took care of things they needed to do. It could be that. We don't know.
That's right.
We don't know.
Anything is possible.
Theory. Yeah, that was my first theory ever. So, but now I think a little different. I don't think they were drugged. I think everybody just went to bed drunk probably, but we don't know.
Right. We don't know yet. That's true. That's true. Excuse me. That's true. Welcome, Alex Huerva. Michael Green's in the house. No, we're just starting, Michael. We're just starting. Eddie, Scott Metalhead, welcome, brother. Good to see you. Sergeant Friday, welcome. Good to have you here, Sarge. I think I got it. Vintage Violet, welcome back to you. Welcome to all the meatballs for jumping in the sauce with us. Appreciate you today. Like I said, guys, I'm reading this word for word. I'm not missing any of it. And like I said, however you perceive it when we get through this is up to you. And that's the whole point in this. So we don't miss any bit of this. We read word for word what they're saying. We can stop, discuss it here and there. I don't care how long it takes me, how many days it takes me. I want every bit of this to be put out so it's all understood. I may skip through some of the digital stuff that we can't see or understand, but we'll still explain it. So
I'm going to mute my mic now. But before I do, I just wanted to let you know, you asked a couple good questions in your lead-in. One of them, of course, being, do you think there's multiple people involved?
Yeah.
The other one is, you kind of got my attention on this quest. You said that, it wasn't so much a question, but you said that in the record, there are indeed multiple weapons. And I'm going to help you find that because you're right. It's in the record. And also, Xana and Ethan were simultaneously,
yes,
attacked. So I'm going to try and find that. So
yes, sir. No problem. I appreciate you, Eddie. Any help, all your help always. And just being here, I appreciate too. Thank you.
Yeah, it may be in the record in a document. It might even be, because the hearings are part of the record too, of course. So
yeah.
It might have been in a spoken, we might have heard it in a hearing. So
yes, and it is, but both of those statements, both of those things are documented as real. It's not hearsay, folks. So
true.
It is in there. I've gone beyond the hearsay rule, but I'm gonna tell you something. What we've noticed, I was talking to a couple mods, some of the stuff that's been coming out in different chats and stuff as hearsay, and people are saying that doesn't make sense. That's crazy. We're finding it in these reports. Some of it, not all of it, but some of it. So that'll tell you something there. So I'm not discounting anything at this point till we get through all this. Okay, understand. All right, guys, here we go. Oh, go ahead, Eddie. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, real quick, and I don't mean to keep taking time. This will be quick, but I found it really interesting. Christy G mentioned after the latest hearing that there were multiple weapons, and everyone immediately believed it and took it as gospel, kind of in a similar fashion as to everything, during this 3 years nearly.
Right.
Anything they say was gospel. But it's interesting because we knew about the two weapons much, earlier.
Yeah.
And it was part of the court record. And it took Christie saying it for people to, be so willing to believe it. I found that interesting. I just thought I'd point that out.
Well, and that's a good point. I think a lot of people want to believe in the fact that this is a family member. So in turn, they should be able to give us absolute, true statements. But as we know, they were fed things that, in my opinion, are definitely not true. They were some of the things I think they took, and I mean this with all due respect, I think they took and kind of turned it into their own narrative per se, based on what they already thought and what they already knew, and kind of built things out of it themselves. Not saying they were doing that on purpose, folks, but it does fit into their narrative as to how and what happened. And because they weren't being told, as was stated, if we believe, they weren't being told things when they're asking what happened to their child. They weren't told. So in turn, they got to build their own, for their own health sakes, in my opinion, they have to build their own stuff in their own mind to make it make sense. Okay. I understand that. So I can see how that could have happened. But this is the best way. That's absolutely horrible. It is horrible. It is horrible. If that's true, that's beyond horrible. So
absolutely torment.
Yeah, it is tormenting. I can't imagine as a parent how that would feel. Now, I do feel that they made some mistakes with how they approached this and the things they did. But I don't hold it against them, because as again, a parent, we can only imagine what they've gone through. That's horrible. And I feel so bad about that. So I'll leave that there with that. But like I said, we're going to jump into this. I'm going to read it word for word. You guys take it, whatever you do, perceive it however you will. And we'll talk through things that we need to when we need to. And again, thank you all for joining us today. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I know a lot of people are reading these on their own as they break it down. And that's fine. I respect that. However you take it, you know, if anybody wants to add to anything with this or any feelings, 100%, guys. That's what we're all here together. We're all on the same team. And that's for truth, folks, period. That's all there is to it. And that's what I'm all about. So if you're here for any other reason than truth and real justice, then you might not belong. That's all I'm saying. Here we go. This one, again, is back to Dallinger. I think I read past this, or I didn't. I read up to this yesterday. On November 19th of 22, at approximately 1200 hours, I met with Detective Mowry, who tasked me. By the way, Dallinger is now the chief in Moscow. He was a captain at the time. Tasked me with downloading surveillance video footage from several USB memory drives. Detective Mowry gave me multiple small manila envelopes, which contained USB memory drives collected from multiple different investigators. Detective Mowry asked me to download the videos from all the drives and to place them on an external hard drive, which he provided to me. Once that task was complete, Detective Mowry asked me to copy all the videos from the portable hard drive to the M drive on our City of Moscow network, where he created a folder where working copies of the videos could be stored. After downloading the videos from the individual USB memory drives, I placed them back into the manila envelopes they came from and sealed them with evidence tape. I did find 2 of the US memory drives, which came from the same envelope, did not contain any video footage. I returned them to Detective Mowry once all the videos were downloaded to the portable hard drive. I then copied them all to the M drive on the city network and returned the hard drive to Detective Mowry. Number 4, other, there is none. And that is, again, supplemental report number 29. Okay. So there we go. And if anybody has any questions, anything you want me to stop, let me know. If I don't see it in the chat, one of the mods or somebody can read it to me from the panel and let me know, and I will stop and back up for you guys. Okay. One minute here. All right, guys. This is Dallinger again. Oh, no, I just clicked it right. Same one. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Number 30. There we go. This is, again, Officer Brzezinski. Interview with PC, it looks like. And again, on 11/15 of 22 at about 13:48 hours, I spoke with PC on the phone. P said she was good friends with Kaylee Gonsalves, but also friends with Xana Kernodle and Ethan Chapin. P said that she was a member of the sorority blank blank, is currently a junior at the University of Idaho UI. P said that she was not aware of anyone that Kaylee associated with that had any violent tendencies. P said she was not aware of Kaylee being involved in drugs in any way. P said she knew people partied with drugs, but don't know if Kaylee or any of her other roommates were involved in drugs. P said that she did not know if any drugs were being sold from their residence. P said that she was at a party earlier in the day at a friend's apartment at the Whites, which is the apartment complex that is directly next door from the house. P said at the apartment, she saw Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan. P said that they were all just hanging out. So what this is the picture that we see with they're all standing there together, the big picture. That's where they were at, which is directly across from where they lived at, okay? You see the stairs in the background and that little roof overhang over their heads. That's where they were. Everybody was questioning that picture. This is it. They were all just hanging out. There were other people there as well. P said that there was nobody of concern at the apartment and everyone present was a familiar person. P said that she last saw Kaylee at the grub truck. P said she arrived after Kaylee and said Kaylee was there with Madison Mogan. P said Kaylee's demeanor was good and they struck up a conversation. P said Kaylee seemed really happy and said Kaylee and Madison were laughing. P said that she did not have a conversation with Madison, only Kaylee. P said that they did not mention what their plans were after the grub truck. P said Kaylee and Madison seemed a little intoxicated and believed that they came from the club. P said Kaylee seemed coherent and was not stumbling or slurring her words. P did not know if Kaylee and Madison showed up to the grub truck with anyone. P said she later watched the Twitch video and it appeared someone showed up with Kaylee and Madison, but she did not recognize the individual. P said her friends did not either. P said after Kaylee got her food, she saw Kaylee and Madison walk in the direction of the campus. P got her food. She said, I'm sorry, P did not see anyone follow them. P mentioned that she saw in the grub truck video someone walking in the same direction. P said that she heard that there was someone concerning at the corner club. P said she heard the individual was being creepy towards Madison and was kicked out. P was not aware of any other males that Kaylee spent time with. P said she knew that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend that went to UI, but she understood they were on good terms. P said she knew Madison had a boyfriend that graduated from UI. That's Jake Schreiger. P did not know his name. That's why I'm telling you. And P did not know of anyone that Ethan and Xana hung out with. Okay. Now, the person we read that document yesterday. They're talking about that was kicked out of the corner club. I think his name is Cole Berenberg. That's the CB that they put in here yesterday. He was grabbing on the different girls in ways you shouldn't, saying things you shouldn't, just being weird. He was intoxicated. So they kicked him out of the club. Okay. But the name that comes to mind when we look through it with the CB letters was Cole Berenberg. For anybody that's questioning this. And again, like I said, Maddie's boyfriend that they're talking about is Jake Schreiger. And then, of course, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend is Jack DeCour, who was in the bar that night with them as well on video. P said she wished she had more to share. I thanked P for her time and there's nothing. So there we go. And this was, again, Officer Rosinski that did this interview. Yes, Cole Berenberg. All right. Which, by the way, it could explain some of the DNA that was found. I believe somebody's going to correct me if I'm wrong, I hope. But some of the DNA that was found underneath Maddie's nails, I think related somehow to Cole Berenberg. Okay. I think that's how that worked. But it was a very, very minimal amount. That could explain it. If they were in the same bar and maybe interacted at some point, that could be how. Okay. Just saying, before anybody were to jump to conclusions on a situation like that. Thank you, Miss Tandy, and thank you for being here, dear. All right, moving on. Number 31. We're going to get through as many of these as we can today, folks, just so you know. All right, but there's no rush. Thank you, Witchy, and thank you for being here. I don't think Cole was at the grub truck, folks. I didn't see him at the grub truck. I don't remember. Cole Berenberg has like a reddish hair. We talked about him very, very early on in the case, and then he was gone. We can discuss that if you want to. I don't know, Sarge. That's the thing. We don't know 100% what the type of DNA it was. It could have just been transfer. I don't know. You know, I would imagine it would be. That's a good question, Sarge. That's a good question. Thank you, Tandy. And welcome, Alice Steedham. Found you through Outcast. That's awesome. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you very much. JS said, can we discuss that? What would you like to discuss about that specifically, JS? Let's do it. That's what we're doing, guys. So, good afternoon, Mr. Jesse. Good to see you. There's a link, sir, if you want to join us. No, I think the number 9 jersey, William, was, from my understanding, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I think it was Jack Katovich that had the number 9 jersey on. And again, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. Take care, Matt. Thank you very much. You bet, Clifton. Welcome. Thank you for being here. It comes up as transfer DNA, Sarge, in a later document, but I don't remember which sequence. There we go. Thank you, Witchy. This is why I love doing this with all of you guys, because we can all answer different questions and make things understood. I'm just confused. So he was at the club, he was at the club that night, they stated in the other document we read. And because he was acting weird and creepy, he was asked to leave. So there you go. Let's see here. Oh, no problem, SRB. Take your time. Okay, if I'm wrong, then that was it. Cole was number 9 then. But I don't remember seeing him in that video or of the bar, so I can't tell for sure what he was wearing that night. We will figure it out though, guys. I promise you, we always figure those things out. No problem. Good morning, Good Trouble. Good to see you.
Sometimes you have to read the whole book. Right? Sometimes you have to read the whole book to figure things out.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. All right, guys. So that's about all I know about him at this point. I'm sure we're going to get into him some more. From my understanding, we will. See, that was something I was confused about too, because it's come to find out that Jack Showalter was not as close to them as everybody believed. Maddie was close, knew Jack, okay, but not everybody else did, which is interesting. But that is by the way, that's the name of the guy for those of you that maybe knew or didn't know. The guy that you see in the video where they're walking to the grub truck and she says, "What did you say to Adam?" All that. That's Jack Showalter walking with them. He was in the bar with them that night as well. And he goes to the grub truck and he stands there with them the whole time. Then they walk off and he kind of throws his hands up like, "What the hell?" And then he walks off in another direction. My understanding is from what they stated in one of the reports is that he went home that night at some point, I don't know when, to Boise where his family lives for the holidays. We're going to get into that here down the road a little bit more and some other stuff about him too. So just, yeah, I know, William. We're getting there. I promise you. We're getting there.
That's the one she broke up with, right? Isn't that the one she dated for years and broke up with? Is that the Jack?
No, see, I'm glad you said that because a lot of people do get confused because there's a lot of Jacks and some Jakes. Jack Decor is the one she was dating forever. He's the one that is in the video where you see the girls in the corner club and you see the two of them standing in front of that guy with the white hat and all that stuff on. That is Jack Decor. Okay. Jack Showalter is the one that walked with the girls to the grub truck and then stood there waiting with the brown coat and the white hoodie guy, they called him. That's him. He was only, from what we understand, friends with Maddie and a couple other people. A lot of people didn't know who he was, which is strange to me, but okay. From my understanding, Kaylee didn't know him that well. Neither did Xana or Ethan. If that's wrong, that's what we were told. So we'll find out down the road a little bit more. There's a lot of kids. I call them kids because they were younger than us, but that are in these circles. Okay. And a lot of different people, a lot of different names and initials and stuff that we have pulled out. And I've been trying to, when I read these, if I recognize the initials, I'm trying to put the names out so you guys understand who they are. So, and I think it's more helpful to understand the whole situation. Welcome, Ginger. Good to see you today. Jesse, thank you for joining us, my friend. How are you today?
I'm all right. Thank you for having me.
Anytime, every time. Good to have you here.
I'm a little bit overwhelmed with all this information coming out. Somebody said you got to read the book. I think you might need to read it a few times, to be honest with you.
Agreed. We got a lot going. Hey, April, good to see you.
Hello,
a lot to go through.
Hello, Cheryl?
Yes, sir. My name's Cheryl.
Have we ever met before, Cheryl?
And Abby. No, nice to meet you.
She's been in the community for at least probably 3 years that I know of, Jesse, or close to. So she's never been up here until recently. But I'm glad that you guys all. It's good to meet everybody in here too. I love that. I love that you guys are all in tune with each other. That's awesome. So, all right, on we go. This next one here is Officer Danny Vargas. Again, narrative on this one is transporting electronic devices to the Post Falls PD and the Coeur d'Alene PD. On November 16th, I transported the 4 cell phones belonging to Goncalves, Mogan, Carnottle, and Chapin to the Coeur d'Alene PD and gave them to Detective Dustin Taylor, and that's me too. So if I slow, guys, because I'm writing things down, so that I have these names and things in my notes as well. At approximately 0700 hours, on November 17th at approximately 12:49, I picked up the cell phone from Detective Taylor at CDA PD, brought them back to me MPD, and gave them back to Detective Mowry. On the 21st, I transported the phones belonging to Chapin, Mogan, and Carnottle to the CDA PD and dropped them off with Detective Jesse Welch. There's a lot of law enforcement officers involved in this case as well, folks, as you're seeing, that we've never seen or heard any of their names. So that's why I am taking these names into notes, because you never know when it's going to become important again. At approximately 1100 hours on November 21st, I transported 2 separate charging cords belonging to electronic devices 22M 2070 and 22M 2071 to Post Falls PD and dropped them off with Detective Brad Johnson at approximately 10:30 hours. Jesus, that's another name I've never heard. Detective Brad Johnson at approximately 10:30 hours. Jesus, that's another name I've never heard. Somebody's got me playing in the background. You might want to turn that down just a little bit. Where'd it go? I transported phones belonging to Chapin, Mogan, and Carnottle to CDA PD and dropped them off with Detective Jesse Welch at okay. On November 21st, I transported 2 separate. I got through that already. Sorry, guys. The cords were for the devices with Detective Neil Urig, received from Detective Mowry. You see what I mean about how many like detectives and everybody are involved in this? Is a lot.
Yeah, I can't keep track for sure. That's a lot. But go ahead.
Yeah, there's a whole lot. Okay, so that again and some of these are like this, guys. They're going to be quick, real short, versions of things, and that's fine. But some are not, and some are going to be a lot more detailed with a lot more important info. So, okay. Next up, we have again Danny Vargas. The narrative on this is the Spokane County Medical Examiner, the autopsies. Okay, now, okay, I don't know that I want to read these. These are really, really, really dark, okay? And there's a lot of stuff that could be triggering on this. What I'm going to tell you in a summary of this is this was bad. 2 of the victims were really, really, really badly attacked. 2 of them weren't as bad, okay? And I'm going to say Kaylee and Xana were it was the injuries were so bad that a lot of the stuff was unrecognizable. So what I'm going to tell you guys, if you want to, okay, is to go to sequence number 32 if you have these documents and read on those on your own, because I don't want to trigger anybody and I don't want to put something out there that's going to make somebody sick or get somebody upset, because a lot of this stuff is very, very it's detailed and it can be triggering, in my opinion. Just saying. And that was on November 16th that she it says Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and I attended the 4 autopsies for the victims. Okay, and I'm gonna leave it with that. They collected a lot of different items and they did a whole lot of different swabs and things like that for the autopsies. But that is number 32. If anybody wants that number to know, like I said,
they did a lot of swabs, but they didn't run it through and see who they were, did they?
Well, I believe no. This was on the victims themselves in the autopsies. They swabbed a lot of different areas and things. Whether or not they ran them through, I don't know. I can't tell you because it doesn't really say in the document. So,
okay. I'm sorry I interrupted. I was just
no, you're fine. And thank you, Alicia. There's the link to the website, guys. If you don't have it yet, if you want to pull that up, I'll even put it in the description. Thank you, Alicia. That way you guys can go to it, pull up these specific things that I'm not going to read live on here, just out of respect for the victims. Because, and for respect for you guys, that it could trigger you guys, because it's pretty bad. Okay. How much Awesome Town Matt says, how much of the PCA does not match these documents? 98.9%, in my opinion. truly. Okay. Okay, next up we have, again, this is Tyson Barrett. Now, Tyson Barrett, for those of you that don't know, was actually the lead detective on this initially. And then at some point, my understanding initially was that it was a 24-hour period, but other people were saying 3 or 4 days. I don't know. But he was the lead detective until Brett Payne was put in charge of this. So there was a conflict of interest and decided I think the way I understand was Tyson wanted to recuse himself from this, and they put Brett into it for whatever reason, okay? Anyhow, the narrative on this is the camera footage on 11/21 at around 14:30 hours. I met with U of I Deputy Director of Public Safety and Security, BL, regarding saved security camera footage on campus. We provided L an external hard drive to recover the footage, and he completed the transfer of information. After receiving the hard drive, I immediately turned it over to FBI agent Dave Bodley. One more name. So his team could review the data. Now that again was where'd the date go on this one, guys? The 21st again. All right, so that was number 33, number 34. This is again Officer Brzezinski. Narrative on this is the booking of 2 cigarette butts on Detective Adams from the Idaho State Police behalf. Detective Adams, here we go. ISP. So it says on 11/21, I was asked by Detective Adams with the Idaho State Police to book 2 cigarette butts into evidence that he collected. Detective Adams brought the 2 cigarette butts to the Moscow PD evidence room, where I watched him place them both into separate ISP envelopes. I sealed the envelopes with evidence tape and signed the tape for both. The chain of custody was filled out on both envelopes. I booked the 2 envelopes into MPD evidence and requested they be sent to the state lab. I took took photographs of the cigarette butts and attached them to the case file. That's that. Like I said, some of these we'll go through rather quickly. Again, this is Justin Dean. The drug tip follow-up is what the narrative is on this. On November 21st of 22 at approximately 11:57 hours, I was asked by Captain Tyson Barrett to follow up on a possible lead in the 1122 King Road homicide case. I was told a Mexican drug dealer with the moniker, I think that is O something. Mama Bear looked at that and said she thinks it's O something. A couple people said they think it could be C something. It looks like an O to me. With the moniker, whatever that is, was possibly selling rugs to several fraternities and sororities on the University of Idaho campus. I told Captain Barrett that I would contact several of my contacts to see if anyone knew of O. At approximately 12:04, I began contacting my fellow Quad Cities Drug Task Force detectives, Brett Damon, Colby Martin, and Bryson Ace. None of the detectives had heard of O selling cocaine in the Quad Cities. At approximately 12:11, I reached out to the Bureau of ATF Special Agent TJ Wahera of the Spokane, Washington office reference. O.S.A. Wahera hadn't heard of O, but said that he would reach out to other agencies in the area about him. I also spoke to C something at approximately 13:13 and JP at approximately 17:25 hours. HNP said that they never heard of O selling cocaine in the area. P said he would contact me if he heard anything. I also spoke with Brendan DeMeyer at Benton County Sheriff's Office in Washington at approximately 16:25 hours. Deputy DeMeyer hadn't heard of O, but said that he would contact his local detectives about the name and let me know if he found out anything. I will be waiting to see if any information can be found about O. And that's pretty much it on that one. Welcome, Willie. How are you this morning, bro?
What's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What is going on?
I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out what this whole thing I woke up to about this supposedly Jack Showalter and 90 some samples of blood that was collected from his.
We're getting there. We're getting there. We haven't hit it yet.
Yet.
Oh, but we're going to it.
What the hell is going on, dude?
It's very interesting. I'll say that much. I think a lot of people are gonna. A lot of people are.
I looked in my room today, and like, you know, I'm always, you know, basically in my room, like from maybe 7, 8 o'clock, you know, on till obviously I wake up. Dude, I have no blood anywhere in my room. Like, accidentally from shaving, cutting, nothing. So there's no way somebody just has that much blood.
I have a thought. Because Showalter's not the only one that looks guilty in these documents.
Right.
Am I coming in? Am I coming in loud and clear, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not just Showalter. I mean, the DoorDash driver looks sus. Jack DeCoeur at times. I mean, they're making him look guilty in these documents. I'm just wondering if they're trying to set it up to, you know, they're looking.
But why are they protecting these guys? Is my question to you, dude.
If they're protecting these guys, they're not going to. I mean, I don't know. I guess what I'm saying.
I'm just saying, like, if we heard that Brian had 90 some blood samples in his, or stains or whatever in his apartment, we'd all be like, all right, you know, like something's not right. But like, they just disregarded him having all that blood in there and all the other red flags and stuff. It's just so weird how they cleared people like this.
They're protecting him now because they have Kohberger, but before they had Kohberger. What I'm saying is maybe they just went into this thinking we need somebody to go down. Mm-hmm. So they started just throwing shit at the wall and seeing if it sticks.
But then that goes against everything as far as they didn't want this. Basically, I think yesterday I don't know if it was here, but you know, people were saying that the university didn't want it to be like, you know, their own students that, you know, had committed this. But it seems like at first, you know, they were questioning everybody, and it didn't seem like they cared if it was one of the students from the university or not. When did that change all of a sudden? Just because they got Brian Kohberger's name, why does that like stop the investigation? I guess.
I think you're right about that. I mean, that's a fair question, but I have to ask myself, were they looking at Jack Showalter and some of these people involved in the university because they wanted to, or because there was just such glaring? I mean, they couldn't ignore Showalter. The whole world was asking, who's Hoodie Guy?
Oh, right. But hold on, guys. So I don't want to derail this. I don't want to get myself confused on this. So I know it's coming up. I know it. No. You're good though. You're good. Because it is. I want to talk about that really bad. Just let's.
I know. I thought you got there. I didn't know. My bad. I wouldn't have brought it up.
You're okay. You didn't know. So let me get through these ones here, and I think it's coming up here if I remember the number on it, and I will stop completely because I want to break that completely down and talk about what I talked about the first week of the damn case and go to that point. So let's get to that point first. And I appreciate you joining us, Willie, and asking that question too, because I've been thinking about this all night, dude.
Right, dude.
I found out about it last night. So
I woke up to it and I was like, what?
Yeah. We'll get there here very quickly, I think, because these are short and fast and to the point. So we're going to get there. We're going to stop completely and we're going to go through that slowly, break it all down, talk about it because it's an issue. It's a huge issue.
Hell yeah.
So moving on real quick here. Tyson Barrett. This is number 36. On 11/22 at about 11:20 hours, I met with L.E. That's the name. At the U of I Office of Civil Rights and Investigations. I provided E with a new USB storage device to which she saved documents pertinent to the investigation. On the 22nd at about 11:30 hours, I met with FBI agent Alex Skelton. At the police department, I gave Skelton the USB storage device containing the documents E provided. So, you know, I'm seeing some of these are so quick. It's like, okay, we're done. So we'll be there in no time. 1 minute here. Next up is again Officer Rosinski. Agent Alex Skelton with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on 11/23, was my birthday, requested files to be picked up from the Office of the Civil Rights and Investigations, OCRI. Agent Skelton provided me with the 2 thumb drives, HP and SanDisk. I transported the 2 thumb drives, to OCRI, where I met with Ellie again. Deputy Director of OCRI. He downloaded files on the SanDisk thumb drive. Once complete, gave me the SanDisk thumb drive, and I transported both back to the Moscow PD, and I returned both thumb drives to Agent Skelton.
Open them up with that, please.
Hold on a minute here. All right. So this next one is, we're on number 38, by the way. This is again Captain Dallinger. Transport of evidence to the state lab in Meridian. It says on November 18th of 22, I met with Moscow PD property coordinator TS, and S released the following items of evidence to me. And they're listed as 22M 2097, 2100, 2060, 2101, and 2104. I do not know what those are, unless they're phones. I then transported these items of evidence to Meridian, Idaho, for where I turned them over to Idaho State PD Forensic Services. And that's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That could be phones, guys. I'm not 100% sure. All right. Next up. Yeah, I hit this a little slower than most did, Willie, so I'm a little bit behind. I'm catching up, though. So this next one here is this is Detective Mowry talking about the eBay sales warrant. On November 26th of 22, I requested and granted a warrant for eBay for the sale of the following items between January 1st of 22 to the present. And this was posted on July 8th, okay, of 20.
Wait,
25.
so now he bought it on eBay?
I don't know yet. That's what I don't know what this one. Oh,
okay.
The date on this was November 28th. I'm sorry. And it says, and that was, where'd it go? From January 1st of 22 to, he says current, which is November 28th of 22. So there you go. On November 26th at approximately 1907, I logged into the eBay law enforcement request system located at that site there. I received an email from blank ebay.com providing me with an internal case number of blank. On November 28th at approximately 11:05 hours, I received an email from eBay stating the files were ready to download. I logged into the portal and downloaded the files. In examining the files, eBay showed zero purchases for an ASIN blank 4938 K-bar full-size U.S. Marine carp fighting knife. So that's stating that there was no purchases for a K-bar knife through eBay. So there's your answer, bud. However, in examining the files, eBay showed several user IDs associated with the sale of the ASIN 4661 K-bar 121 7S leather sheath USMC logo. And it says US, Arizona, Idaho, PA, Washington, Ohio, Wisconsin, New York. That one's blacked out. And it says Japan. So Texas, Ohio, Washington, Arizona. And the way this reads, let me read that again. It showed several user IDs associated with the sale of. So that doesn't say that Brian did this. I don't believe it. I believe it shows multiple people that have bought this via eBay, the sheath itself, which is probably people that were watching this case wanting to know what the hell this was, maybe. Because I know a lot of people bought sheaths and knives when this all went down. So it could be what they're looking at. I don't know. But it doesn't say anything about Brian Koberger attached to it. So welcome back, Cheryl. No subscriber information, IP addresses, payment information, or customer records were provided. As these user IDs are associated with a knife sheath purchased before or after November 13th of 22, I am requesting the assistance of the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to apply for a warrant for the following. Account information for the above named eBay user ID subscriber information to include contact info, billing information, account opening date, account closing date, and any other information retained in connection with the identified accounts. So what they were doing here right now is they were looking to find anybody that purchased a knife sheath and or a knife via eBay at that point in that area. Okay. And if you look back here, it shows that there is 1,
But well, let me ask you just a simple question. How
Yes.
did they know at that point for 100% fact that not another knife that was similar in size was used with that sheath?
They couldn't, Willie, in my opinion. They
Okay.
couldn't. I
Just seems
still
like
don't
they're
think.
pretty damn certain if they're, I mean, it seems like they're looking for a specific thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And I still question whether that is the weapon itself. Okay.
Mhm.
If you look here with what they said, based on what he was looking for, they found one in Idaho,
Yeah.
one in PA, and I don't see any close to this area. Washington, right there. So there's 3 that are could be, or 2 in Washington. I'm sorry, but 1 in Idaho. So who knows? I don't know if they have any. They may not have anything to do with this at all. That's what I'm
Mhm.
saying. So,
Yeah.
payment information for payments made or facilitated by eBay 2. These are things that they asked for, or from the above named user IDs, including payments through eBay or eBay supported platforms, all customer interaction records between eBay and the above named individuals, entities, and their representatives, to include call notes, call recordings, emails, and or written correspondence. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I'd like to know any of these people that purchased this knife, truly, or the knife sheath via eBay. I would like to see those names and see if any of them match to anything that we've seen anywhere else. Do you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Just saying. All right, on we go. All right, next up again, Detective Mowry with the router interrogation. It says that on November 13th, I responded to 1122 King Road, Moscow, Idaho, in an attempt to interrogate the wireless router. What the hell? In an attempt to interrogate the wireless router located at this residence.
Mhm.
After
Did they
speaking,
interrogate in a fucking
I guess that's how they write it.
a
But
non-life form?
right. Were you here on this date? Exactly.
Right.
So after speaking with Corporal Brett Payne, he informed me the wireless router and cable modem were located in the living room on the 2nd floor. After arrival, I used an Ethernet cable to connect that's what he was doing, I figured. Connect my laptop to the local area network LAN ports on the back of the Spectrum Wi-Fi 6 router with the serial number, blah, blah, blah. The router then provided my laptop with an IP address and gateway IP, which resolved to the router. I attempted to locate a web-based management portal for the device, but was prompted to download the Spectrum app and use the account username and password to access the device. I contacted Spectrum technical support and found that this was the only way for the client to access the data on the device. I then called the Charter Law Enforcement Response Team, the alert team, and spoke with a representative and tried to ascertain if Charter Spectrum could retrieve data from the router via their diagnostic portal. After several days and phone calls to Charter, I spoke with TD, the manager of Legal Response Operations Center. D stated her team was working on verifying if the router hardware was able to be accessed. On November 17th of 22, I again called Charter and left a voicemail. D returned my phone call and stated her technicians were able to access and download the data from the router. However, she did not preserve the correct time frame specified in my request. I was told she would have her technicians retry and preserve the data. On November 17th, I again called Charter, left a voicemail for D. I received a call back from D, who stated the technicians were able to retrieve data for the time periods of September 14th of 22 to November 7th of 22 and November 11th of 22 to November 14th of 22. I was informed that there was a problem with their cloud service and that resulted in the data loss from November 8th through 10th. I informed D I would be applying for a warrant and requesting that data with legal process. From my training and experience, I know wireless routers, Wi-Fi routers allow wireless devices, phones, tablets, laptops, and etc. to connect to them for access to the internet or other devices on the local area network, which is the LAN. During this process, after a device has successfully connected to the wireless router, a log of this connection and the specific MAC address of each device is kept on the device. If a user previously selected the connect automatically setting while connecting to the wireless router, which is a common default setting, the device will connect to the router automatically without any user input. These devices would have to be in close proximity of the router to be shown on the MAC address log. The data previously stored on the wireless router located 1122 King Road and preserved by Charter Spectrum may show individual MAC addresses of devices connected to the device. If the suspect had previously connected to the wireless router, was in close proximity to the wireless router located in the residence, this device may have automatically connected and appear on the MAC address logs. This could provide evidence of when a device was in close proximity of the router on the night Madison, Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan were murdered. I requested the assistance of Latah County Prosecutor's Office in applying for a warrant to serve on Charter for the data records preserved and stored at Charter Communications associated with Spectrum Wireless Router with serial number blank blank and MAC number blank blank, and Spectrum Cable Modem with MAC number blank, serial number blank from the time frame September 14th of 22 to November 14th of 22. On November 21st, I was granted a warrant for the data preserved by Charter and served the warrant at approximately 20:39 hours via email to blank@charter.com. On November 22nd, I received an email from something stating the files were ready to download via the Charter portal. Logged into the portal, downloaded the files, and saved them to a computer in the secure forensic lab at Moscow PD. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Moscow Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Charter Communications at charter.com, as this was the originating email address associated with the documents. So they were checking to see if Brian or anybody, got on to their Wi-Fi, basically. It doesn't say in here whether or not.
Remember, so that tells me that somebody broke the gag order and leaked that information to Steve, because remember Steve saying that?
Yep, of course. Absolutely, of course.
But let me ask you a question. So with the amount of people they have coming in and out of their home, do you think that they would just leave their, don't you think they would just leave the password or like if you're close enough to connect?
Leave it open?
Yeah.
They could. Yeah, they could.
Here's my problem though. But you have to fit your phone. Okay, if I walked into a McDonald's that has free Wi-Fi, right? Yeah. My phone won't automatically connect to that Wi-Fi because I've never connected to it before. So just a mere fact that it brings it up as a possibility to connect in the area, is that what they're saying?
I think what they're saying here is that anybody that may have connected to the Wi-Fi from that router itself within that period of time is what they were looking for, right? And it doesn't say whether it was him or not. So was he told that was Steve told that he did, or was he told that they were trying to see if he did?
Exactly.
We don't know yet because we haven't read
something of that nature was. All I'm saying is something of that nature was leaked to him, obviously.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's what I'm saying. They may have told him, "Hey, we're looking in right now to see if Brian connected, and if he connected, how close did he have to be to do that, so on and so forth." And you got to be fairly close to do it, folks. And
that's the whole problem with the game telephone, dude. Is like somebody calls him or somebody calls somebody that then calls Steve, and then Steve, comes out and says whatever. But then it's watered down from 3-4 people, and that's where all the misinformation comes from.
Right. And here's the thing: is if Brian's IP address from his phone is shown to have connected with this, he'd have to be within like a neighbor's distance to them to be able to read. Like me, I can pick up my neighbor on the left side of my house. I can pick up their Wi-Fi if I see it reading it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah. Like I can bring up everybody's Wi-Fi around me right now, but if I don't click on it, then I have nothing to do with that Wi-Fi, right?
Mm-hmm.
So why?
It would have to
unless he connected before, but that's obviously doesn't make sense because he was never there.
Yeah, it would have to connect for them to read that Brian was connected to it. Period.
Yeah.
Not just going to show
Yeah.
that he was by
But
it.
wasn't his phone off? But weren't they saying his phone? He turned his phone off at this point. Like, I mean, what the fuck do they want? Was his phone off or on? Like, why
Yeah,
are you looking into it if they're saying his phone was off?
Yeah, and that's the thing. See, Steve said he touched it. Well, no, unless he was
turned his phone on.
Exactly. So if he connected to it, he would have had to have. I would imagine your phone would have to be on to be able to connect to the Wi-Fi. You can't. It's not going to read that he was there. If
exactly.
If he was by it, it's got to show that he connected.
Exactly. And then even in airplane mode, it's not. It doesn't. Your phone doesn't give a shit about nothing. So
right.
Yeah.
And like Josie said, the static IP changes each time you connect. So that's a good point. Thank you, Josie. And that there was not connection. If he had connected, the state would have said it. That's my thought too, William. Exactly. I agree with that too. And she said it doesn't record every person you see on their signal. Thank you.
But I mean, it went from we're looking into to see if he touched it or somebody touched it to then him coming out and saying well, a lot of people he doesn't know, but he might have touched the Wi-Fi, and but that's the whole problem, dude.
I do remember though. Remember, Willie? I think he corrected that and said he was wrong. So okay,
I get it, but once you say it, right, and then like you come back and you can correct it, it's just the mere fact it's already out there.
Yep, it's out there. I get it.
You know what I mean?
I do agree. This says. This was Lawrence Mowry again. It says D phone warrant. Now, I don't know if this is Dylan or somebody else because I can't read the rest of the name. I'm going to go with it and we'll see. On November 17th of 22, JD was in. Okay, Jack Decor was interviewed, but maybe this is Decor then, by Sergeant Mike Van Leuven from the Idaho State Police at the ISP District 1 office. At that time, he provided his phone to Sergeant Van Leuven along with consent to the search of the phone. That phone is an iPhone XR with the IMEI, whatever that number is, transported to the Coeur d'Alene Police Department Forensic Lab at blank blank in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, 83815. I applied for and was granted a search warrant to access the contents of the iPhone. The phone was to be extracted by Detective Dustin Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department. Detective Van Leuven had taken the phone to Dustin at the computer forensic lab at Coeur d'Alene PD. I emailed a copy of the warrant to him at 16:43 hours, which again is 4:43 for those of you that don't know that, on November 17th of 22. On November 18th, while confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed that the phone was no longer at Coeur d'Alene PD. Idaho State.
To be clear where I can hear everything.
I'm sorry.
Huh?
Did you say something, Cheryl?
She did.
I thought she did. Maybe she was talking to somebody.
She might be talking to somebody else.
That's okay. No problem.
No, I lost. I was losing contact. I'm sorry. I was talking to myself.
Oh, you're okay. You're okay. Where was I at? On November 18th, while confirming Detective. Okay. While confirming Detective Taylor received the warrant, I was informed the phone was no longer at Coeur d'Alene PD. Idaho State Police Lieutenant Paul Berger picked up the phone from Taylor and delivered it to the Spokane Sheriff's Department, where investigative analyst VJ received it. The data on the phone was forensically extracted at that location. On November 19th, Idaho State Police Detective Richardson retrieved the phone from the forensic lab and delivered the phone to Decor's mother per the attorney's wishes. On November 21st, Detective Anderson of the Idaho State PD provided Sergeant Van Leuven with a USB drive containing the extraction. Sergeant Van Leuven then provided the USB drive to me, and it was placed into the secure forensic lab at the Moscow PD. An examination will be completed at my earliest convenience. Since the warrant was not served, I did not complete a warrant return receipt as nothing was collected. Court documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. Now, see, that phone in itself, I would have thought that should have been looked at immediately. And I mean, like right now, okay? Not put in an envelope and put to the side for later on when I can look at it. That was her boyfriend. And that should have been looked at like immediately, in my opinion. That's just how I would have approached it, but they didn't. And that's makes me wonder if there were things that were forgotten about because they were put off till later, if there were things that were, looked into as deeply as they should have been. I don't know. I'm not saying anything about Jack. I'm just saying that's a boyfriend to one of the victims. That should be looked at right now, in my opinion. So anyway, and that's
I
it
agree
for
with
now.
you. They didn't do the greatest job.
Right. I mean, truly, guys, anybody that is in a close personal relationship with one of the victims, everything that they touch should be being looked at right away. All right.
Absolutely.
Back to Detective Mowry. In initial interviews. All right. So on November 13th to 22, I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incidents at 11:22. The following interviews were conducted at the Moscow PD. Interview number 1 is DM, date of birth, whatever, of 2003, phone number redacted, blah, blah, blah. On 11:13 to 22, DM, and I don't know if this is Dylan or not, was interviewed in regards to the homicide investigation. 11:22. D said she was this is Dylan, a resident of the house where the incident occurred. Dylan said that she was at a blank party at around 10:30 hours on 11:12, where she was drinking. D said she went to blank.
Probably a fraternity party or a Sigma Chi party.
That's what I'm thinking too. Blank house. It sounds like it. D said she believes she arrived home between 00:30 hours and 01 hours on 11:13. D said she thought B arrived home at 20 minutes after she, meaning Bethany. Dylan said she believed Maddie and Kaylee arrived home at around 01:30 or 2 o'clock hours. On 11:13, Dylan said she up to this nothing. Wait. Dylan said up to this point, nothing weird had happened during the night. Dylan said she and her friend L something came home. There's that L name again, followed by Bethany from blank. Dylan said L lived at the blank house and Bethany was her roommate at the residence. Okay. Dylan said when Maddie Mogan and Kaylee Goncalves came home from the corner club at the same time and everyone went to bed. Well, we know now that's changing. I thought at 2 o'clock in the morning they were all sitting up in Kaylee's room having a little.
Yeah, I thought they were about to go to the grub truck or something.
And then we heard at 2:30 that Bethany and Dylan were sitting in the living room watching Vampire Diaries. So which one is it, guys? You see what I'm saying? Okay. And this L person was never mentioned before. Whoever this friend of theirs that starts with an L was there as well at 2:30 watching Vampire Diaries with these two. So where did she go? Who is she? And what happened at that point in time with that person? That's important, I think. So, L lived at the blank house, blah, blah, blah. President Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves came home corner club at the same time, and everybody went to bed. Okay, yeah. Dylan was asked about the layout of her house. Dylan said Kaylee's room was directly above her room. Dylan said she lived on the second floor, and Kaylee lived on the third floor. Dylan said Kaylee and Maddie both live upstairs on the third floor in separate rooms. Dylan said Xana lived closest to the bathroom on the second floor, and Bethany lived on the first floor. When asked about Murphy, Dylan said it was a dog owned in common between Kaylee and her ex-boyfriend, Jack Decor. Said that there were no apparent issues between Kaylee and Jack Decor, said Maddie. Had a boyfriend named Jake Schreiger, who was in Boise at the time of the incident. Dylan indicated that Xana was dating Ethan Chapin, who was in the room with her at the time of the incident. Dylan did not know if anyone who would want to hurt Ethan when she was asked. Dylan was asked if she saw any cars in the area that should not be there. Dylan said, no, I was not really looking at that. Dylan said she woke up around 100 hours at 11:15, where she could hear Kaylee and Murphy, the dog, dancing. Dylan said she knew it was Kaylee because she recognized her voice and could hear Murphy barking. Dylan said she heard Kaylee go upstairs and say, there is someone here. Dylan said she thought she heard Kaylee run back down the stairs. Dylan said Kaylee sounded scared when she made this statement. Dylan said at this time she jumped up and locked the door because she did not know what else to do.
Oh.
Dylan said she called out Kaylee's name and did not indicate if she got a response. Dylan said she then tried to call Kaylee, Xana, and Maddie on their phones. Dylan was asked if she saw anyone come downstairs or heard anything. Dylan said, no, I don't even know how they got in. We're usually pretty good about locking doors and never had problems before. It was just really random. When asked again about the series of events, Dylan said she opened the door when she cried out to Kaylee, then closed the door because she was scared. Dylan said she then opened the door again and heard who she thought was Kaylee, but could have been Xana crying in the bathroom. Dylan said that she heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way, and the voice was one she had never heard before. Dylan said she called out to Kaylee again, and there was no crying after, and she did not know what happened after that. Dylan said she opened the door again, and the guy is right there. Dylan described the male as approximately her height, 5'10", or a few inches taller. Not skinny, but athletic build. Dylan said the suspect was wearing all black with masks, plural, that covered just his forehead and goes around his face. Blank showed with her hands. The mask exposed his nose, but covered the mouth area. So, like this, basically. Okay, basically just this much right here.
It's not a very good plan.
All right.
And
Dylan
no blood in that area that she could see his face. Wow.
He says, I guess we're gonna get out.
After one stab 50 times, another 30. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Not even John Wick could do that, dude. He's at least
If
getting
that was
blood on
my
himself.
friend, I would have went and checked on her.
There should be blood splatter.
Thank
there,
you, Cheryl. But it seems like they weren't friends.
Well, that's what's coming out to be, that some aspect of it is, well, we'll get there, I promise. All right, where was I? She said she believed. Oh, Dylan said she believed.
Even in her acquaintance, I would have checked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this: why?
Checked, you know?
Well, why is Ethan naked at this time?
Naked.
Yeah, Ethan was.
I guess
Ethan
just
was not
jumped out
naked
the
in
shower.
socks.
They said he was in like under a blanket or something, I thought, on the bed.
Well, when you read from what I heard, he was only in I think Puma socks or some kind of socks, and he was completely naked.
Oh, well, I mean, she was in her underwear, so maybe they were in the bed initially, and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
But Dylan said she believed the suspect was white, but did not remember eyebrow color or what his eyes looked like. Dylan said when she saw the suspect, he saw her and just left. Dylan said she believed he was holding something near his stomach or belt line. Dylan used both hands to point straight out from her abdomen. Dylan then moved her hands apart and back together to simulate a bulge. Dylan said this area was black in color, and she thought now maybe it was a gun. Dylan said the unknown subject had an arrow shape. Object, not subject. The unknown object had an arrow shape. Dylan seemed really unsure and said she was tired during the event. But again, something that should have been in the PCA. They didn't say anything about that in the PCA ever until way after. And now they're saying that she thought maybe it was a gun. Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then we hear in the other statement from Bethany that there was a flash and a bang. And now they're saying
Wait. Area was black in color. She thought maybe it was a gun. Said the unknown object had an arrow shape. What is that, a fucking harpoon?
I don't ask me.
Dude, I'm done. I'm done, dude.
Dylan seemed really unsure and said she was tired during the event. Dylan was asked how long she believed it was from the time Kaylee and someone is here to when she saw the suspect. Dylan said she thought it was about 10 or 20 minutes. Dylan went on to say that she was in and out of it and that she did not fully remember the incident. Dylan was asked where the suspect was at where the suspect was at in the residence when Dylan saw him. Dylan said the suspect was between her bedroom door and the kitchen. Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out the door and the kitchen. Out the door. Go out the door and the kitchen. Dylan said she remembered watching the suspect go out the door, the kitchen door, and leave. I'm sorry. Dylan said at this time she closed her door and locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk toward her or say anything. Okay, so here's the other issue. In the beginning of this, okay, there was none of that. All she said was that she saw him shut her door and that he was coming in her direction. Never stated that she ever saw him leave the residence, ever.
That's right, because it says that he went in the direction, and it was believed that the killer had left the scene. Right? Isn't that how it was worded? Something like that.
Yes, that's how they worded it. It was never stated.
You know, I might listen, buddy. I might poke on the devil's lettuce, but you know, I still remember some shit.
No, you're good. You're good. That's what they said. That's truly what they said.
You know. So why are they twisting? So I mean, what's her name was kind of right. Annie was kind of right. They twisted her words.
They completely twisted her words, in my opinion.
Because if they were to put it in the PCA that she might have saw a gun and yada yada yada, now we're talking like, okay, so somebody has a gun, and now if Brian doesn't, now we have to look for, did Brian own a harpoon gun, or did he buy a gun? Whatever. So yeah. I don't know.
I agree.
Where did the flash of the gun come from? The paperwork? I know I heard about it yesterday. Was that in the paperwork, the flash of the gun?
Yeah, it wasn't. It didn't say gun. It just said that Bethany saw a flash and heard a loud bang from her bedroom.
So she saw a flash
under her door, I believe. Yeah,
which is crazy to me.
And heard a loud bang.
So now we know why they
now we know why she. I should know. She wasn't scared to go back out because supposedly she ran across the room down the steps. So what now? Like if you even have a thought in your mind that somebody has a gun, you're gonna take that chance to run across.
Right.
Wait, so you see? Hold on a second. So you see somebody with now a gun because remember at first, brother, I said, how come she's not seeing a knife?
Mm-hmm.
And then, but then right immediately after, you see Zena laying on the ground and your mind goes to she's drunk and not the person that just left the house might have done something to her. Oh my God, dude. And
then they rush to tear down the house. Then they bury the pieces of the house. You think maybe there was a bullet in a wall somewhere?
Well, they were
exactly. Why were they exactly?
They were taking out pieces of. Hold on a minute, you guys.
Contained the two rooms. My candy ass.
They were taking out pieces of wall and pieces of floor. So who knows?
What are they?
So now he saw her and didn't try to kick down her door to take out an eyewitness.
Nothing at all, right?
Wow.
And I was wondering,
but he cared so much about Zan and Ethan, who were all the way the fuck over here, right?
And if you vaguely see somebody walking in a direction and it's something that looks like could it be mistaken for a machete possibly?
Yeah.
Or something. You said a harpoon gun.
I'm bullshit.
I know what you're saying, but think about that for a minute.
Or a gun with a bayonet,
Something with a bayonet or something that has like an arrow end on the end of it, something like that. I mean, it could be something that would cause deep gouged wounds too. Okay, so I'm just saying, I don't know, guys, but again, this doesn't mean this.
So you're telling me
to hide.
Anne was able to bring all this up if this went to trial and shit, and oh my God, bro, I'm sick to my stomach.
We'll get to that point too, Willie, because there's something else we're going to talk about. I'll even talk about it with you later on because it does make some sense now. But
yeah,
I want to get through these first because there's a lot. Dylan was wait a minute, I already did that, didn't I? Yeah. She remembered watching the suspect go out the kitchen door and leave. Dylan said at that time she closed her door, locked it as fast as she could. Dylan said the suspect did not walk toward her or say anything. Dylan said once the suspect left, she immediately called Bethany. Dylan said Bethany informed her she heard a sound that sounded like a firework.
Can I ask a question real quick to you?
Of course.
Why do you think she immediately called Bethany and not who she thought was crying in the bathroom?
No idea.
Okay.
Unless she knew already. I don't know.
I'm just wondering why she's calling the only person that's alive in the house. It's just to me that's not a coincidence. But hey, who am I?
I get it. That's a good point too. and she informed her that she heard what sounded like a firework. Dylan then said she told Bethany she called everyone and they are not answering. Dylan said she was in and out of it and believed everyone was just asleep. Dylan said that she then went to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up around 11 o'clock or 12 hours and called her roommates. Now, we know that's not true because we saw the text messages and the interactions on their phone that was going on throughout the night. So they weren't sleeping. So anyway.
She can say she called whatever, but I want to know why it initially says here that she called Bethany, because this is her statement.
I know. But again, they're also saying that they went to sleep and woke up around 11. We know that's not true.
That's what I mean. So right there, why did they just straight up lie to law enforcement? That tells me that whatever they were doing on their phones shows that, I don't know, man. I'm just putting two and two together here, dude. People can get mad all they want, but it is what it is.
I mean, it's true. It's true.
I know, but I know people get mad and shit when, it's all right in front of our faces, man. I don't know how we're not supposed to see what's really going on here.
Yeah, definitely. Because we saw hours of them interacting on their phones, on social media with each other, other people. Yeah. They were not asleep, guys, till 11 o'clock.
Again. They were on everything, taking pictures. And now we know Bethany was deleting shit off her phone. I mean,
100%. 100%. So there was no sleeping done.
And remember, she was creating a contact at 3:50, so she was not awakened at 4 o'clock. We know that's a lie too.
Right. Yeah. Again, I gotcha. And you know what, Pamela? That was stated long time ago by somebody else that used to come into the channel, that a lot of people knew that this was something that was going to happen, and it was supposed to be a shakedown, and then this happened. So who knows? Okay, we don't know yet, but we'll see.
Crazy, dude.
It is wild. Bethany informed her she heard a sound like a firework. Then Dylan said she told Bethany she called everyone. They were not answering. Dylan said she was in and out. I'm trying to find out where I was. Okay, she went down to Bethany's room, locked the door, and went to bed. Dylan said she woke up around 11 or 12 hours and called her roommates, and no one answered. Dylan said she called Hunter. Hunter came to the residence, went upstairs, and told Dylan they needed to call law enforcement immediately. Dylan was asked if there was anything else she wanted to share. Dylan said the noise Bethany described. Wait. Dylan said,
"Yo, man, do you want a break, dude?
Hold on a minute. Let me finish this because I keep losing my spot.
I can read it for you, dude, if you want."
No, that's cool. I'm going to ask you to because I got to use the bathroom in a minute. But okay. Dylan said the noise Bethany described, the noise as a loud boom, but Dylan did not hear it. Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experiences in the last couple weeks, or calls or texts. Dylan said no. It's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually. When asked if there were any altercations at the blank party, Dylan said no, everything was normal. Dylan mentioned again that she was with Dylan with Dee and Xana at the party. Dee was asked if anyone was having sexual relations with anyone they shouldn't be. Dylan said no. That's a weird question to ask, but okay. Dylan brought up an incident which occurred about a month prior. Dylan said that she and Bethany remembered Kaylee saw a shadow while she was taking Murphy at side. Individuals following her. Dylan also said she arrived home one time and the door to the residence at 11:22 was found open. Dylan said she did not believe the slider door was locked the night 11:12. Dylan said she hear Murphy barking a lot around 0400 hours 11:13 of 22. When Kaylee went upstairs, Dylan said she heard Murphy go outside barking as well. Dylan was unsure if Murphy would chase the suspect outside. Dylan said she did not remember if the suspect who ran left the slider door open. Okay, so now he ran. All right, I'm going to pull this up here.
Question. Can we go back to that sex question real quick?
Yes,
he
ma'am.
may have asked that because he might have thought it was a crime of passion.
Of course, I can agree.
Yeah.
Definitely can agree on that one. So that was interview 1. So this is interview 2. And if you want to read, Willie, I appreciate it because I do have to run to the bathroom real fast. Let me
I
make
just figured, a little bit of a break.
let me make sure you can see it. Or wait, that's too big. There you go.
Thank you,
All
Evan.
right.
So where were you at?
This is brand new here. Interview number 2. This is
Okay. So
I'll put it right there for you, and I'll be right back.
what's that first letter there? What is that? All right.
Hunter. I think.
All right. Hunter said around 1,200 hours. D called. So I'm assuming Dylan called Emily, Hunter's girlfriend. Dylan told Emily she thought something was not right in her house. Dylan also told Emily she heard or saw a man in her house the night prior. Dylan asked Emily and Hunter to come over to make sure everything was okay because she locked herself. Wait, she locked herself in Bethany's room? Hunter said he was the first person to get to the residence. Hunter said he entered the code to the front door where Bethany and Dylan were in. Bethany's room on the first floor. Dylan and Bethany were telling Hunter they did not know what was going on. So they're saying they locked themselves. She was locked in Bethany's room. Okay. So, all right. Hunter said he went up to the stairs and immediately went into Xana's room. Hunter said this was the only room he went into. Hunter said when he approached the door, it was only partially open.
Hang on. Stop for a minute. I'm sorry to interrupt, but right there, we were told before that when they went, Hunter and Emily both said that when they got there, the girls were standing outside with their hands on their face. Okay. When they were called over there. Remember that in the, well, if you didn't see it, maybe not, but it was in the Prime video. Hunter and Emily both said that when they were called over, they walked over and Dylan and Bethany were standing outside of the house. Now they're saying that they went in through the code lock and walked inside and went inside the house. Like what? This is what I'm talking about.
And then, yeah. So she's saying, I want to read that again about just the whole locking in the room thing. Which I want to see if I read that wrong or I interpreted that wrong in my head. Where was that at? Okay. Make sure everything was okay because she locked herself. Okay. So she's just saying that she locked herself in the room. Okay. Let's see. I went to the stairs. Where was I at? Partially. Okay. Hunter said when he opened it, he saw Xana and Ethan. So he saw Ethan. Wow. Hunter said he initially did not realize all the blood was dried blood in the room. Hunter said he thought at first they had been drunk and left a mess. Huh. What is that, Bethany? Bethany said when he stood there for a moment, he began to realize what he was seeing. Hunter said Bethany and Dylan were uncontrollably crying. Hunter said he told them to get out of the house and call law enforcement. Okay.
Yeah, they're good actresses.
Say that again?
They're good actresses.
Right?
It's so messy and they're hiding so much. It's crazy.
It just amazes me that they lied so much to Ellie here, and then Ellie didn't come back and hammer them after they debunked all their lies. That's what pisses me off.
Because they had their henchmen already.
Mm-hmm.
It was going to be Tim on Brian no matter what.
Yeah. Hunter said he then went to the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the drawer. Hunter said he then went into the room and checked the closet to make sure there was not anyone else in the room. Hunter said he checked for a pulse on both Xana and Ethan. Hunter said both of the bodies had rigor mortis and were cold with no breath or pulse. Hunter said he believed the two had been deceased for a while. Wait a second. I thought he only saw Xana. Wow. Hunter said he believed.
That is written that way somewhere.
Yeah, this is the first time I'm hearing this. Hunter said he believed he left the knife on the folding table in the living room. Hunter said Bethany, Jack, Bethany, is that Jack? And I don't know, is that an I? Started to enter the house and come up the stairs. Hunter told them to get out of the residence. Hunter said this was about the time Moscow PD arrived on the scene. Hunter, I'm sorry, is that Hunter? Hunter said the officer told him to stay where he was at. Hunter said he did not know if anyone else was upstairs, as he had not gone anywhere else in the house. So he didn't even yell up to see if they were okay after seeing two people dead and rigor mortis setting in. Hunter said he had trouble comprehending what he was seeing. Hunter said he was not, he was not at the, I'm assuming some kind of frat party the night prior. Hunter said he and Ethan were texting the night prior by phone. Hunter said Ethan wanted him to come over, but Hunter chose not to. Hunter said he knew Ethan since fall of 2021. Hunter said he was in something, and Ethan was a member of, so I'm assuming they're talking about the fraternities. Hunter indicated Jay. Who's that Jay? Is that Jack? Jack and Emily were in the same sort. No, Jay. Who's Jay? Am I missing something?
It's two Jacks, so that it might be.
Yeah, but it's saying that. Yeah, but it's saying that Jay and E were in the same sorority, so that has to be a girl.
Josie's on a vacation far away.
It's a great song. Same
Josie.
sorority.
It's Josie.
Josie. Okay, Josie and Emily were in the same sorority and were blank and was currently dating Jack. Oh, Jesus Christ! Hunter said he and is it L? He and who would that be? Stayed at I can't see that J again. Apartment with E and J the night of 11/12/22. Hunter was asked when was the last time he was at 1122 King Road. Hunter indicated he was last at the residence on 11/12/22, where he was pre-gaming for the Vandals football game. Hunter said he got to the residence at around 1200 hours or 1300 hours and left at about to be 2:30 a.m. to go to a different party. Hunter said the last time Emily was at 112 King Road was Friday, 11/11. Hunter did not know of anyone who had issues with Ethan and Xana dating. Hunter estimated Xana and Ethan were dating for 8 months. Hunter said he knew Xana very well through his girlfriend, Emily. Hunter said he was not very familiar with Maddie or Kaylee. Hunter allowed pictures to be taken of his phone of the conversation between him and Ethan. And then we have interview number 3 coming up. Dude, why do they have to redact like just first names and shit? It's only first names. I don't understand this. It makes it really hard to read.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Oh my God! Look at all these.
Does Brian have access to this paperwork?
He should have all this discovery. He's supposed to.
Yeah, I don't see how Ann didn't go over this with him.
He should have it, Cheryl. He should have every bit of this. This should be in discovery.
She might be on a delay, man.
Tara was saying that, if Ann Taylor had this, why didn't she bring it up in court? And it's like, well, she was bringing things like this up in court, and Hippler was calling Cyree a conspiracy theorist, and nobody's interested. That's what the problem is. This is wild.
So now we have interview number 3.
Last Lion Witness came out, and
yeah, Jesse, do you want to take this?
I can take back over. It's no big deal.
Okay, yeah, it's hard because I can only see half the letter, and it's hard to like make out who the hell I'm talking about.
You're good. Sorry. You're good. I got it, dude. Don't worry about it.
And
so I think this interview here is it says JM, so this could be Jenna McClure. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Which was somebody else that was in the one of the phone calls that was made between them that night, where it said, "Dude" or "Bro, do I need to pick you guys up?" Or that was Jenna McClure.
Only because we have like how many Jacks, and then we have Jenna. Oh yeah, like so many J's, and Jesus.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely, I get it.
Yeah. But listen, I'm still gonna be listening. I just gotta pop down, throw my phone in the freezer for a little bit.
Okay, dude, I'll be here.
All right, I'll be back later, brother.
Bye. Jenna said she texted Bethany at 11:20 hours on the morning of 11:13 at 22. Jenna asked Bethany if she was awake. Jenna said Bethany called her back at 11:49 hours. Bethany told Jenna she and Dylan were in Bethany's room. Jenna said Bethany was freaked out because her roommates were not answering the phone. Jenna said she heard Dylan on the phone in the background saying, "I saw something." Jenna said Bethany asked her to come over to 1122 King Road and pick her up. Jenna said Bethany texted her while she was driving there and said Emily and Hunter were on their way as well. Jenna said as she arrived, MPD units were arriving as well. Jenna said she did not go to the blank party, but went to a different one instead. Jenna said Bethany and Dylan came to this other party after she left blank blank. Estimated Dylan left her party at 0:30 hours, I'm sorry. And Bethany left her party at about 0100 hours at 11:13 and 22. Jenna said that she was in blank with Dylan L. There's that L name again. God, I want to know who that is. Bethany and Xana. Jenna said Xana and Maddie were both in blank, but dropped out. And Kaylee was, this must be the sorority. So that must be what you're talking about, is the sorority. Okay. Dropped out, and Kaylee was in blank, but dropped out as well. Jenna suspected the girls dropped their respective sororities because of issues with other girls in the house. Jenna specifically cited girls on the executive board who tell other members what to do. Jenna suspected that this was what they did not like. Jenna confirmed she, Elle, Bethany, and Dylan were still active members in blank blank. Jenna said the girls who were still active members of the sorority who chose not live in the house did so because of money issues. Jenna said Maddie and Bethany, big sister in the sorority, was Bethany's big sister in the sorority house. Jenna said that she knew Kaylee saw a dark figure staring at her from the tree line when she took her dog Murphy out to pee. Jenna said this occurred about a month ago at 1122 King Road. Jenna said that there has been light-hearted talk and jokes made about a stalker in the past. Jenna said all the girls were slightly nervous about it being a fact, though. Jenna did not indicate any social media issues or issues between the girls who lived together. Jenna said that there was no issue with the girls from blank sorority and the residents at 1122 King Road. Jenna said the front door had issues with locking and sometimes it could be opened without a code. Jenna said that she did not know the code to the front door. Jenna said she was unsure if the residents kept the back sliding door locked regularly. All right, so that was interview 3. So interview 4 consists of who this LB is. Does anybody have any idea who LB is based on the initials and names that we know? Because I cannot think for the life of me of who that is. I keep going back in my head.
I don't know.
No clue for me.
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
I can't believe how bold it is that they're hiding.
Oh, wait a minute. Penny
They're
says
pretty bold, and
this could be Josie's boyfriend, Lyndon. Good point. Okay. Lyndon. Thank you.
What's the name again?
His name is Lyndon.
Okay.
Josie was the other girl that went with Hunter and Emily to the house. Remember? Lucifer Morgenstar. Really, Lucy? Is that true, Lucy? Lucifer Morgenstar? I don't think so. LB, okay, Chris, Josie's boyfriend. That could be right, guys. You could be right. Okay, that's what I've been trying to do with all these initials and stuff to make sure we have everybody right. You're a trip, Lucy. So, Lyndon, I'll just go with Lyndon. Lyndon said he did not go to the blank party. Lyndon said he went to sleep at 2000 hours on 1122 at, yep, this is him, Josie's apartment on Taylor Street. Lyndon said he woke up around 0200 or 0300 hours. Lyndon said Jenna and Emily were up talking in the living room. of the apartment. I'm sorry. He, Josie, and Emily were up talking in the living room of the apartment until about 0500 hours on 11/13. Lyndon indicated that Hunter was present but not awake during this time. Lyndon said they all went to bed at this time and woke up again around what he thought was 0900 hours. Lyndon said Hunter and Emily came into the room where he and Josie were. Lyndon said Dylan had called Emily around 1000 hours and sounded scared. Lyndon said Dylan told Emily someone had been in their house last night. Lyndon said Dylan and Bethany ran downstairs and locked themselves in a room. Lyndon said Dylan informed them that she did this because of her seeing someone in the house, and Dylan could only see his nose and his chin. Lyndon said Dylan was freaking out and wanted them to come over to the 1122 King Road. Lyndon said he walked with Emily, Josie, excuse me, to 1122 Road from Josie's apartment on Taylor Avenue. Lyndon said Dylan and Bethany walked out of the house crying. Lyndon said Hunter arrived to the residence first because he left before them. So, okay. Lyndon said he went into the downstairs door and Hunter told him not to come up the stairs. Lyndon said he did not know Ethan very well. Lyndon said he did not recall any talk between Xana and Josie about boy issues. Lyndon said that he did not see anything on social media. Lyndon recalled an incident from about a month ago where Dylan said there was a guy stalking her. Lyndon said that he did not hear anything from the night prior. The interviews were video recorded and have been uploaded to the case file. Detective Mowry. Interesting. Okay. That's pretty wild. Very interesting.
So we can FOIA all those recordings, right?
I would hope so. I want to.
I mean, I can't because I'm not even a citizen, but I'm assuming you have to be an American citizen to FOIA stuff.
I would think, being that this was released and if we should be able to, I mean, I would think. One second, guys.
Sounds like you're stuffing your face, Dago.
No,
I've been doing that. Been doing that myself. I just ate a box of butter cookies and had 2 cups of coffee while you were reading.
Butter cookies are my favorite, dude. I love them with coffee. God, I love them with coffee. Christy said,
I don't love eating junk food, but sometimes I can't help myself. I'm a weak man.
Them butter cookies are, especially around Christmas time when they put them out, them tins, those are amazing. Wait, only thing Dylan could see was nose and chin, bushy eyebrow. There has not been talk about bushy eyebrows once in this. Once again, just as much as we're into number 43, guys, and have you yet heard me speak on about a knife sheath one time in the past 2 days? Have I once brought up a knife sheath? It's not in here yet. Not here yet at all. And I'm curious as to why. But anyway, that's okay. Number 43. This is again Detective Mowry. This is the eBay user warrant. On November 29th to 22, I found I had received 2 emails from Snapchat dated November 28th of 22 at approximately 1700 hours. These emails provided links to download the data requested pursuant to the 2 warrants served on Snap on November 21st to 22. The files were downloaded and saved onto a computer located in the Secure Computer Forensic Lab located at the Moscow Police Department. In examining the files, I located the user ID number blank who showed subscriber information of R something WP. Something ID born 1967. The data showed R purchased a K-Bar US MC brown leather knife sheath for a 7-inch blade Marine number 1217S on August 14th of 2022 at 0329 hours UTC. I located 2 younger males associated with R in TLO. I have found TLO to be generally reliable. In previous investigations, those males appear to be R sons, TP born 1996 and KP born 1994. And then that redacted part says ID. In reviewing our eBay account, it appears he purchases and sells military memorabilia and equipment. I informed Sergeant Blaker of this information for follow-up. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to eBay, as this was the originating email address associated with the documents. And that's that. Okay. Let me see here. And we're moving on to the Snapchat warrant. Give me 1 second, guys. Again, Detective Mowry. On November 21st of 22, I requested and was granted a warrant for Snap, Incorporated Snapchat, for the accounts associated with the following identifiers. I'm sorry. All that's redacted, but one of them says Kaylee Gonsalves. One of them says Jack Decor, Dylan Mortensen, and Bethany Funk, from what I can see right here. On November 20, the way they redacted this is kind of dumb. Because we can still kind of figure out most of this, the names and stuff. You know what I mean? On November 21st of 22, at approximately 18:27 hours, I logged into the Snap Incorporated law enforcement portal located at that address there and served the warrants. I received an email from blank Snapchat Zendesk.com providing me with the internal case number ID blank and case ID blank. On November 28th, 22, Snap Incorporated sent two emails stating the files were ready to download. On November 29th, 22, I logged into the portal and downloaded the files provided pursuant to the warrant. These files were downloaded to a computer in the secured computer forensic lab at Moscow PD. An examination of the data will be conducted at my earliest convenience. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Snap, as this was originating email address. Again, Lawrence Mowry. All right. Welcome, Diane. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Hi, everybody.
Great to have you.
Have you gotten to the part that basically says that the targets was Jana and...
No, not yet. Not yet. But I know where you're going, and this is why we're going to hit that too, because it brings up something that I've been thinking for a long time, and I told you guys about it too, but okay. We'll get there. I promise. All right. This is again, Detective Mowry, about the cell phone warrant return on November 17th of 22. I'm sorry. I received. Oh, let me blow this up for you guys. What am I doing? There we go. Data from the cell phone providers in response, the warrants served on them. At approximately 13:52 hours, I received an email from blanknotifications.com informing me that files from Verizon for the requested phone call detail records and tower dump data was ready to be downloaded. I logged into the share file portal and downloaded the corresponding files. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Verizon at blank and that address there. This was the originating email address associated with the documents. At approximately 15:30, I received an email from RB, blank, blah, blah, blah. In Inland Cellular, this email included files containing the data requested regarding the tower dump data. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to RB, inlandcell.com, as this was the originating email address associated with the documents. At approximately 15:30 hours, I received an email from AT&T, blank, AT&T.com, informing me the files from AT&T for the requested phone call detail records, and tower dump data. I logged into the Global Legal Demand Center portal and downloaded the corresponding files. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to AT&T. Again, this was the originating email address associated with the documents. All right. This next one is the same thing, guys. Basically, this is the T-Mobile. Sorry. Some of these I don't even need to really read through. This is the T-Mobile amended warrant. Again, it says T-Mobile tower dump data warrant to include devices within 2-mile radius. The original warrant included only 0.5 miles, which is a half a mile. I completed warrant return, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I don't need to read that, guys. That's just stuff that was protocol, digital stuff that was being done. Let me see. This next one again, Detective Mallory. This is the witness phones. Let's see what it says here. On November 13th, I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incidents at 11:22. During this process, I was tasked with extracting data from the following phones. It looks like it says Dylan Mortensen, Bethany Funk, Jack DeCore, Emily Onstadt, and M.O. or MC, maybe Maisie Chapin. I can't really clearly see the last one, but okay. I received signed consent forms from whoever M, Dylan, A, and C. Okay. I was informed by Corporal Brett Payne that F, meaning probably Funk, provided verbal consent for her phone to be extracted. The cell phones were extracted using the following forensic software, and that's the Cellbrite stuff. Upon completion of the extractions, the phones were returned to their owner as promptly as possible. The data extracted was saved to a computer located in the secure forensic computer lab at Moscow PD. A forensic examination on the phones will be completed at my earliest convenience. See, with some of this stuff being delayed, because I know there was a lot going on, I gotta wonder if there were things forgotten about that they had to go back to. And I just wonder, did they cover everything? Did they actually go back to all this stuff? You know, I'm just curious because we've seen a lot of other issues where they screwed up things. So I just wonder. All right. This is again Aaron Morris. This was the vehicle center stack booking for number 1, WatchGuard event, and number 2, evidence. 273 was a Ford center stack, and 274 was a Chevy center stack. On 11:30, I assisted the FBI with removing the center stacks from Ethan Chapin's Ford Explorer and Madison Mogan's Chevy Cruze. Once the center stacks were removed, I booked them into the Moscow PD as evidence. I photographed the serial numbers and attached them to the case.
I don't mean to, but didn't even have a Jeep.
He did, but I think Maisie drove the Ford Explorer. I think. So they may have that messed up, but okay. Other photographs were attached and so on and so forth. So yeah, I'm gonna guess that they may have had that mixed up. That's just my opinion. Hold on here.
Do you think that they messed up on purpose? All this stuff in the very beginning, started messing stuff up on purpose because they already knew that they were gonna just mess the case up and cover something up. Because they messed it up. They did messy from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, I know. I noticed there's a lot of like name screw ups and things like that. But I don't know if it was done on purpose at this point yet, but you never know. You never know.
Make you wonder.
Yeah, it does. It does. It's definitely a thinking point. I'll say that much. This next one is, again, something I probably don't need to read, but this is the iCloud warrant service. And it's showing that they, on November 18th, they applied for, was granted warrants for the iCloud accounts with the following identifiers: blank at yahoo.com. And then it shows the IME numbers that are redacted here. On November 19th, I applied for and was granted warrant for iCloud account with the following identifiers again. And on November 21st, 22, I applied for and was granted warrants for the iCloud accounts with the following identifiers: Kaylig and Calvez, blank at gmail.com, IMEI, blank, 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 blank. So all that stuff was asked for and given. These warrants were served via email at blank apple.com. On November 21st, I received an email from Apple stating the data for the iCloud accounts associated with blank at yahoo.com and blank at yahoo.com were available to download. I downloaded the links to the files and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow PD. On November 22nd, I received email from Apple stating the data for iCloud account associated with blank. So these were all done days after each other. Okay. And they eventually downloaded all this stuff to Apple. It's all Apple stuff, it looks like. And that was Detective Mowry. Within day, like every other day, it looks like at that point. All right. Next, we have this one here. Hang on. Give me a minute. Okay. Back to Justin Dean. This was the narrative to this was picked up the 3 cell phones and hard drives from Walla Walla PD. Detective Justin Dean says that on November 29th or 22, I was asked to pick up 3 cell phones and a hard drive from Detective Chris Ruchert of the Walla Walla PD. I met with Detective Ruchert at approximately 11:55 hours and took possession of the 4 items. I drove back to the Moscow PD where I handed the items to Detective Lawrence at approximately 14:30. That's it. Like I said, y'all, there's a lot of people here. So give me 1 second here because I got to jump to the next realm because we are at number 51 next.
Doing great.
We're getting there slowly but surely.
I'm on a little Android phone, so I can't help you.
Oh, you're good. You're good. I got it. But thank you. I appreciate that so much.
You're
Number
welcome.
51. Number 51. This is Detective Brett Payne. The narrative on this is the initial scene response and evidence collection. This should be interesting. The additional responding officers again were Sergeant Blaker. We have evidence listed here as item numbers 2 through 52. Is a foot cast, fingerprint lift. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fingerprint lifts, a cell phone, 2 laptops, and there's the knife sheath finally. Number 11. And we're at number 51 with these reports, and that's finally where they have a knife sheath listed. Okay. Number 12, white blanket, blue phone, vape pen, fingerprint lift, steak knife, blood swabs. That's 17 through 43. Number 44, disposable camera. Number 45 and 6 is laptops. Number 48, latex gloves. Number 49 is a laptop. Number 50 is an iPad. Number 51, bedding, packaging. And number 52, game bags. At approximately 1600 hours on 11/13, Sergeant Blaker and I responded to 1122 Road to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, the ISP forensic team was on scene and was preparing to begin processing the scene. OFC Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. So this should be interesting. OFC Smith and I entered 1122 King Road through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side of the bottom floor. The door was ajar, and I could see, sorry, you guys, hold on, a bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about. The room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside. I followed Officer Smith down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to the small bathroom to the east was what I later learned was a utility closet. This closet had a pin code style lock that was secured. I looked into the bedroom on the east end of the bottom floor, which I later learned belonged to Bethany Funk. The room had normal clothes and personal items, but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch along the east and south wall of the room. There was also a small TV in a void on the northeast corner of the stairs. Officer Smith then directed me down the hallway to the west bedroom on the second floor, which I later learned was Anna Kernodle's room. Just before this room, there was a bathroom door on the south wall of the hallway. As I approached the room, I could see a body later identified as Kernodle's laying on the floor. Kernodle was laying on her back with her feet facing the east and her head was facing west. Kernodle had thong-type underwear on and a gray sweatshirt. There was a large amount of blood on the floor around Kernodle as well. I could see numerous wounds on Kernodle's arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Kernodle. Go ahead.
I'm surprised they didn't name the color of the underwear. If he's describing it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I was a little surprised
too, because that's going to be in evidence for years and years and years. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're good. You're good. Absolutely. Let me find my spot. Sorry. Okay, so there was a large amount of blood on the floor around Kernodle as well. I could see numerous wounds on her arms, hands, and face, which appeared to have been caused by an edged weapon. Just next to Kernodle on the west wall was a small white nightstand, which appeared to have been moved as it was pushed against the wall at an odd angle. There was blood on this nightstand in various locations. The bed in Kernodle's room was situated on the south wall of the bedroom, with the head of the bed appearing to be towards the west wall. I could see a male, later identified as Ethan Chapin, laying on the bed, on his back in the bed with some type of blanket pulled over his midsection. Chapin's body was at an angle on the bed so that his head was up against the south wall. His feet were hanging off the bed on the north side. I could not clearly see the wounds to Chapin's head and neck area, but could see a very large amount of blood on the bed as well, as what appeared to be blood splatter on the wall next to Chapin's head and neck. I also noticed two large cuts to the back of there we go with the legs. Two large cuts to the back of Chapin's legs. The wounds appeared to be deep into the tissue, but were difficult to see due to Ethan's body position. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed out Dylan Mortenson's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. Mortenson's bedroom door opened to the kitchen area as well as the staircase, which led to the third floor of the house. Upon my brief visual inspection, Mortenson's room was disheveled but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor of the residence. The third floor consisted of two bedrooms and one bathroom. The bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee Goncalves' room. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note was the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed. This is why I always believed that Kaylee was in her bedroom, possibly, maybe even in bed, laying down or just sitting there, and may have heard some kind of a ruckus and went into the bedroom to try to see what was going on and with Maddie, and maybe that's how that ended up happening, but that was just a guess. Someone had been laying in the bed and had gotten out of it. OFC Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison Mogan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast corner of the third floor. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed in the room. The bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified as Mogan and Goncalves, were laying on their backs with their heads toward the east and their feet towards the west. So why were we ever told? I want to know this, because this is the third time I've read this now. Why were we ever told that Kaylee was sitting up in the corner? You guys remember that? She was kind of like in a sitting
know.
against the corner of the wall.
Yeah.
So there's that, and now we have this. Where'd Jesse go? Must have fell out. Okay. Anyway, both Goncalves and Mogan had numerous visible stab wounds and were covered with a significant amount of blood. Trigger warning, folks. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath. Here we go. Laying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded to back outside. I remained on scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, Latah County coroner, and the Latah County prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Nunez, the ISP forensic team, led by Detective Sergeant Darren Gilbertson, processed the scene and collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned these items over to me that evening, and I transported them to the MPD temporary evidence storage. On the morning of 11/14, I booked the items into MPD evidence with the help of evidence custodian TS. Yep, good point, SRB. That's what I'm saying. So that again, unless that's what they were told, once again. So here's the thing. Why are these people being told all of this bullshit if it's not true? Okay. Not to mention the things that they're not being told. You got to wonder. So I don't know. That's just ridiculous to me. Really ridiculous. All right, guys. Number 52.
That's why I said, were they being messy since the
Say again.
beginning? You know?
Absolutely. Welcome, Ms. Moon. Okay, so these were vehicle test runs, glove collections. At approximately 1700 hours, 11:24, I took MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of this. That's the same car they had out the night before, or the night of, for the Banfield stuff. Silver Ford Fusion drove the route of the suspect vehicle. I drove two separate routes in front of the camera located at Ridge Road, once westbound on Lauder Avenue, and then twice on Ridge Road southbound and northbound. I advised the command post of the times of these runs and requested the video from the vehicle to that of the suspect vehicle. Once I completed these runs, I drove to 1122 and walked the route MM stated she took while on foot near the house on 1113. I also parked the Moscow PD school car on Queen Road immediately to the east of 1122 King Road in order to observe the effects of the orange tinted streetlights located in the area. The lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under white streetlights. I also walked down and spoke to OFC Tesdale, who was providing scene security at this time. I spoke to OFC Officer Tesdale for a moment and then began to walk back to my patrol vehicle. As I did so, I noticed a black glove laying in the parking lot, approximately 25 feet from the front door. The glove was laying palm up and appeared to have been laying in that spot for a couple of days, as it did not have any snow on it. I nudged the glove with my toe of my boot and found it was frozen to the ground. I asked Tesdale for rubber gloves and his flashlight. Upon further examination, there appeared to be a dark fluid-like substance on the glove. This substance, color, and consistency was consistent with dry blood. Officer Tesdale provided me with an evidence bag, and I collected the glove as evidence. The glove is a Polar Penguin brand glove. Hold on. With a rubberized palm and fingers. This type of glove is often used for concrete work. I brought the glove back to MPD and booked it into MPD evidence and for submission to the state lab. 1 second, guys. Okay. The video of the vehicle test runs were later collected and added to the FBI video files for this case. There again. Oh, I'm sorry, Boone. I hope you feel better, dear. All right. This again here is from Captain Tyson Barrett. Information from OCRI on 12/5 about 1000 hours. I met with LE at U of I Office of Civil Rights and Investigation. I provided E with a USB flash memory drive, and she downloaded information that was requested by the investigation team. I returned to the police department, gave the USB drive to MT with the FBI. That's it. Next up. Back to Detective Mowry. Narrative was the Tinder warrant for Goncalves. On November 29th, I applied for and was granted a warrant for any data associated with Kaylee Goncalves' Tinder accounts using the following identifiers: phone number and 2 email addresses, it looks like. On November 29th at approximately 17:09 hours, the warrant was served via email at blank blank match.com. December 2nd, I received an email from NRSR Paralegal and Director of Legal Department for Match Group, the parent company for Tinder. In this email, I was directed to use the law enforcement portal, there to submit the warrant. On December 4th, I registered for access to the portal and received an email stating I was approved to use the portal and served the warrant. I logged into the alert portal and submitted a warrant again per our request. On December 5th of 22, I received an email from Tinder stating the data requested pursuant to the warrant were available for download. I logged into the law enforcement portal, began downloading the files to the forensics department located in the secure forensic computer lab at Moscow PD. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy of the receipt to Tinder, as this was the originating email address, of course, again. All right. Detective Mowry, and this is the Department of Labor warrant. On December 4th, I had received an email forwarded to me from KW of the Idaho Department of Labor. The email was from Michael Douglas of shoot. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back with you.
Would you tell Dago I got a phone call and I have to drop down?
All right, sorry, my dogs were going nuts. I thought somebody was at my door. They must have just heard something. Sorry about that. SAW consists service of the warrant for the Department of Labor. I don't know what this is about, so there was a warrant served for the Department of Labor. I'll just go with that one. It doesn't have anything of any kind of interest in it. Okay. Okay, so this is again another one that they did looking for. This is the Cutco warrant when they were looking for the Cutco knife. Did Diane drop down? I take it. Looks like she did. Okay. All right. Okay, no problem. Thank you, S. Herbie. This was on December 4th of 22. I found I had received an email forwarded to me from P something of Cutco Corporation, the parent company of K-Bar Knives. The email was from Michael Douglas of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. S.A. Douglas assisted in the service of the warrant to K-Bar. Email contained a single file with the data requested pursuant to the warrant served on K-Bar. The file was downloaded and saved on to a computer located in a secure computer forensic department located at the Moscow PD. In examining the file, I located a numerous individuals and companies who had purchased the products matching the descriptions in the warrant. In the state of Idaho, the following sales of 1217 knives were located. It looks like we have from February 9th through February 9th, 22. The names are redacted, it looks like here. Boise, St. Charles, Lewiston, Mountain Home, Rexburg, Coeur d'Alene, Caldwell, Cascade, Payette, Jerome, Fife, Washington, Bashan, Washington, Port Angeles, Arlington, and West Richland. These other ones above were all Idaho. And that's from February 9th. Looks like February 9th, 2 of them. March 7th, April 26th. I'm sorry, May 26th, July 7th, and August 23rd, all of 22. September 29th, November 3rd, November 8th, November 17th, and December 2nd of all 22. And in Washington, January 10th, January 20th, January 27th, January 31st, and February 8th of 22. Oh, Lord. We have all of that, okay? These are all from 2022. We got February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. And then this is all through Washington right here, okay? Down at the bottom, it says the following sales of 1217 sheaths were also located from August, September, November 4th, April, August, and September out of Washington and Idaho. Other models were also listed on the return data, and I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office to be returned. There's a lot of people that bought these knives. Quite a few.
Yeah, it's popular.
Very much so, yeah. Okay, the next thing up is the geofence warrant for Google. This is number 57. I applied and was granted geofence warrant for any data associated with anonymized information located within the following latitude, longitude points. They're all blacked out. Special Agent Nick Balance with the federal FBI assisted in the production and service of the warrant. At an approximately 23:30 on November 18th, the warrant was served email at google.com. On November 20th, Special Agent Balance received a notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available for download. They were downloaded again to the same place in the computer lab at Moscow. Based on the information received and the correlation with cell tower records previously reviewed, 2 of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. These identifiers were absolutely 100% redacted, of course. On November 20th, 22, I applied and was granted warrant for any data associated with the previous identifiers, including subscriber information. Nick Balance with the FBI assisted in the production and service of the warrant. On November 20th of 22, at approximately 22:14, the warrant was served via google.com. On November 20th, as Special Agent Balance received notice the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers, again, at the same place. I completed warrant return receipt and affidavit and sent a copy to Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and that was that. So I'd really like to know what those right there are, those 2 identifiers. But, of course, it's blacked out. Surprise.
Yeah.
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Again, Detective Mowry. These are the meta warrants. I think we've already talked about all that, and there's nothing in here I could read. It just shows Instagram, Facebook, all blacked out. Instagram again. During the service of the warrant, I was not able to add the phone number of blank as an identifier for Jack DeCour's account. This information was not entered into the portal. That's interesting. I wonder why he wouldn't be allowed to do that. I received an email from blank records at facebook.com and sent it all out like it was. Pursuant to the warrant, these files were downloaded again to the same place, and they completed their warrant return and sent it back just like with everything else they've done. I wonder why Jax was not allowed or able to be pulled. That's interesting.
Maybe he refused to let him do it. He might have refused to let him do it.
That could be too.
If he wanted to, yeah, if he had the power to say no, maybe he did, you know?
Right. Let's see here. On November 15th of 22, I contacted David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested assistance unlocking the cell phones of Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogans, Anna Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin. The victims in the case. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. On November 16th, the phones were transported to CDA. We already went through all this before. They just have another version of this. Yeah, this is just another version of that last, those other documents we read earlier. So on we go.
Yeah, they probably have a lot of repetition.
There's I'm gonna imagine there's duplicates from different officers. So yeah, that's okay. This next one is the Yahoo warrant for Gonsalves, it says. This was that they applied on December 1st for a warrant with any data associated with Kaylee Gonsalves' Yahoo account using the following identifiers, and that would be her email address, of course. Everything was served and started stating the data was, yeah, they downloaded the available info to the same place and did the return warrant as well. So all these things are pretty much standard that they're doing here, so I'm just not going to waste the time.
Yeah, exactly.
This was the Verizon pen warrant again, and this one was for any data associated with the phone number which was linked to a possible witness, MM. Special Agent Nick Balance. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Hold on. On November 22nd, approximately 26, the warrant was served on M and info data requested pursuant to a warrant was available. M was subsequently identified, located, and interviewed as a witness by Corporal Brett Payne. So is this MM person, is this Molly McMichael or is this Madison Moy as a witness? Maybe it might be a McMichaels. That's interesting. Okay, so there's that.
I was thinking that it's the, I was,
Go
I
ahead.
was thinking that it was the last witness that just came out.
The
I was
DoorDash.
thinking it was the last witness that just came out.
Right.
Yes. Is that her?
It could be. It definitely could be. So this next document is from, again, Captain Dallinger. Disposable camera seized and vehicle key. Carol, you're gonna have to turn me down in the background, hon.
I'm going to get down because I'm having problems with the internet. Thank you for letting me come up.
No problem. Hon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. This was disposable camera seized and vehicle keys M107. Kodak power flash disposable cameras. God, I haven't seen those in forever. So on December, let me blow this up again. Sorry, you guys. On December 7th, 22, at approximately 1000 hours, I was assisting with the packing and moving of personal belongings out of the residence at 1122 King Road. Captain Barrett and I were in the process of packing items from Kaylee Gonsalvez's room on the 3rd floor. Inside the closet, I was removing items from a black plastic 3-drawer organizer. In the bottom drawer, I located a Kodak power flash disposable camera and a GoPro camera in a small black zippered pouch. I was unaware if these items had been located during any of the previous searches of the residence, so I took custody of them until I could learn that information. I advised Captain Barrett of the items and showed them to him. After completing the packing and moving of personal belongings, I brought the GoPro and the Kodak camera back to the police department. Prior to leaving the residence, I also took possession of the keys to all the vehicles belonging to the deceased. Once back at the police department, I locked the items into a temporary storage locker in the evidence processing room. I later contacted the investigative team and learned the memory card from the GoPro was seized during the previous search of the residence, so the camera itself was of no evidentiary value. I was told the Kodak disposable camera should be booked into evidence. On December 8th, I met with property coordinator blank, assisted me in booking the Kodak camera into evidence, and I took the vehicle, keys, and the GoPro camera to the city shop where the rest of the personal belongings from 1122 residents were being stored. I placed the GoPro camera into one of the boxes containing Kaylee Gonsalvez's belongings. I left the vehicle keys contained in a Ziploc bag also in the storage area with other belongings. I certify, okay, and that's it. Interesting. If I'm missing anything in chat, I promise you I'll go back here shortly and we'll catch up with them. I'm just trying to keep these moving, guys. This again here is another report stating the removal of personal items from the address. Again, Tyson Barrett. On 12/7 at about 9:45 hours, I met with MPD command staff members at 1122 to package and remove personal items of the victims. Captain Dollinger and I packaged and the belongings of Kaylee Gonsalvez's room. I worked along the north and west wall sides of the room. Captain Dollinger worked along the south and east. While I was packing, I noticed $125 in cash on the dresser, one $100 bill, one $10 bill, and two $5 bills, and five $1 bills. Captain Dollinger and I both counted the money and put it into the small clutch. I placed the clutch in one of the boxes and marked the box that it had cash in it. Captain Dollinger and I both initialed the box. After all the personal items that were recovered were packaged, we moved them to a U-Haul van and transported them to the Moscow City shop. At the shop, we unloaded the packages to a secure building. Well, there's that. All right, next up. This was the Tinder warrant users on December 6th. Hold on. Sorry. I applied, was granted a warrant for the user subscriber information associated with accounts that communicated with Kaylee Gonsalves Tinder accounts using the following identifiers. It looks like Snapchat, and something big there. At approximately 15:19, the warrant was served. On December 7th of 22, I received an email from Tinder stating the data requested would be available to download, and logged it in the same way with everything else they've downloaded. Okay. And next up, we have a Tinder warrant for Maddie Mogan. And again, it's all the same stuff. Downloaded and requested, downloaded, and sent over to the prosecutor. And then the next document here is a property release for Kaylee's property is released via Captain Barrett at about 8:30 hours. I met with the Gonsalves, Gonsalves blank SG, Steve Gonsalves at City Shop had previously arranged to release Kaylee Gonsalves' personal property to Gonsalves at the family's request. I unlocked secure evidence building. We moved 22 boxes containing Kaylee's personal items that had been removed from the 1122 into Gonsalves' vehicle. There wasn't enough room in the vehicle for all the items, so Gonsalves made a return trip. At that point, we loaded the remaining items, 2 purple totes, a clear plastic tote, and a yellow suitcase. Gonsalves signed for the items, and Officer Rosinski took a photo of his ID to attach to the file. Once again, I secured the evidence storage building and cleared. Pretty simple. The next one is the DoorDash warrant. Oh, wait a minute. One second here. On December 6th of 22, I applied and was granted a warrant for all information on DoorDash's possession related to sales, deliveries, purchases, and/or transaction made to 1122 for the period of January 1st, 2022, to present. On December 6th, at approximately 15:35, the warrant was served via email to DoorDash. On December 7th, I received an email containing the data requested pursuant to the warrant. The files were downloaded just as everything else was. Okay. The next one up here is the Uber situation. On November 18th of 22, I logged into the Uber law enforcement portal and submitted an extension preservation request for any location data associated with the Uber driver named Eric Gower with the phone number of blank. Due to the nature of the investigation, Uber recommended an exigency request for preservation. In a screenshot received from AG, it showed Olivia Gonsalves. It showed messages which appeared to be from Gower's phone between Kaylee Gonsalves and himself. The name of the recipient is Kaylee Uber. It is unknown if Gower was on duty with Uber at the time of him picking up Gonsalves and Maddie Mogan. Uber stated if the driver was on duty, it would not have the data. I was informed by Uber customer service this is common if the driver provides personal transport services. At 14:34 hours, I received the email from Uber stating they received my request. And then, of course, it was downloaded into the file, and it says that which contained files regarding the Uber logs of Eric Gower. The records showed his location up until approximately 01:15 hours, where it appears no other information is found, and Gower goes off duty, and that's at 1:15 hours. But supposedly at 2:15, Dylan messaged him and asked him if he was still available, if still driving. He said yes. That's interesting. All right. Next up, we have. Again, thank you all for being here with us, guys. And there's a lot to hear and to go through, but I appreciate you guys being here. This again is Danny Vargas. Interview with, I'm thinking this might be Maisie Chapin. On December 1st of 22, Corporal Payne asked if I would assist with interviewing blank members of Ethan Chapin at family members of Ethan Chapin at the Latah County Annex building. I arrived and spoke with Maisie Chapin, Ethan's sister. I introduced myself to Maisie and told her I would be recording our conversation so I would not miss anything she said. Maisie had filled out an adult victim background questionnaire, which I reviewed before speaking with Maisie. Maisie listed Ethan as being easygoing, positive, friendly, funny, and stated he did not have any negative issues or negative feelings with anyone. Maisie listed the following people as being the people whom Ethan spent most time with. Xana Kernodle, or no, Xana, it just says Xana K F, I think, P E Hunter Chapin. Oh, okay. Hunter Chapin, Hunter Johnson. Okay, these are names. Xana Kernodle. I don't know who FP is. Or EH, but or Hunter Chapin, sorry. Hunter Johnson and Emily Onstadt. M told me the following about the people who Ethan was closest to. Xana, this was about Xana. It says Xana and Ethan have been dating for about 1 year and met through school. Maisie has known Xana for 1 year and met her through Ethan. Maisie talked with Xana once during Rush, but never hung out with her until Xana started dating Ethan. She partied with Xana, but never hung out with her outside of that. Xana was a junior, had a lot of friends, and knew most of the campus. My brother met Xana's dad briefly during Parents Weekend, never met Xana's sister and with her, and never heard anything factual about Xana's mom, but knew Xana did not have contact with her. Ethan would often spend time with Xana while she was at work at Mad Greek. Ethan and Xana never mentioned having weird feelings about anyone, customers, or employee at Mad Greek. Ethan never said anything negative about his relationship with Xana to her. PE is a blank and is the blank fraternity. Maisie does not know much about PM. Thought P was a farmer and from California. Philip, that's Philip. Okay, I do know who that is. Damn it, that's the name I was trying to find. Philip. All right, and she was not sure Ethan would spend a lot of time with P, and they met through fraternity. Ethan said P were very similar and would often watch football together on Sundays. P lives at blank. Ethan would hang out with P 3, 4, or 5 days out of the week. When Ethan would be with P, they would spend time at Xana's residence. P residence in several apartments at the Whites. Blank, EA, and JL. Where'd it go? Apartment on the second floor, left side, the blank apartment at the Whites. CATR, Ethan's blank and H, unknown last name, the top floor to the right. KF, K was one of Ethan's closest friends. K lives in blank at blank. Maisie stated that K and P were Ethan's closest friends. Did not see any drug use amongst Ethan and his friends, but said that they drank a lot, which was normal for the fraternity life. Hunter Johnson is dating Emily Onstadt and was the person who Bethany and Dylan called to come to their house the morning of the homicide. Ethan golfed a lot with Johnson, and Johnson and Ethan came to their house over the past summer several times and hung out. Ethan never had any issues with Johnson. Maisie never heard of or observed Ethan get into fights with anyone. Ethan never mentioned having any issues with any of the girls who lived with Xana or the roommates. Maisie said she did not know Maddie or Kaylee well and said that she knew Bethany and Dylan better. Maisie thought if Ethan did have anything, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I got lost again. One second. I'm sorry. Ethan did not have anything he needed to talk to someone about. He would most likely speak with their blank or Xana because he saw them daily. Maisie said Ethan was an open book and was not a private person. I asked Maisie if she knew what Ethan did on Friday and Saturday, November 11th and 12th. Maisie said she was not sure what Ethan did on Friday. Maisie said that on Saturday, Ethan did not go to the football game or tailgate and thought that he spent that time at the Whites, possibly at Josie and Emily's apartment. Maisie said in the evening, Ethan went with her to her formal event, which was at Hungadunga from 1900 to 2000 hours. Maisie said they drove to Hungadunga in their vehicle with Ethan. HC with his date, Hunter Chapin with his date, RS, I don't know who that is, DB and MM, and by her sorority, and was a private event. Okay, was rented. Hungadunga was rented by her sorority and was a private event. Told me that what the hell did she say? She knew the majority of everyone who was at Hungadunga and nothing out of the ordinary occurred while they were at the event. Maisie said that they all left Hungadunga in the same car, drove to her sorority where the girls, including her, got out, went inside, and changed clothes. Maisie said that RH and R all got back in the car and left with Ethan. Hunter, D, and J. Dylan and Josie go to a party at blank blank. Said she texted Ethan at approximately 2014 hours telling him she did not want to go with them to blank and was going to stay at her sorority. Maisie said Ethan texted her several times trying to get her to convince her to come to blank, but she did not go and eventually fell asleep around 2200 hours. Maisie said the blank party was just a normal Saturday evening party. I asked Maisie if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. She said recently logged in. She had recently logged into Ethan's his drink. Wait a minute. Hold on, guys. I'm getting my words all screwed up here. I asked Maisie if she saw any weird comments on Ethan's social media. Maisie said she recently logged into Ethan's Instagram account and made it okay, here we go. And made it private because it was public, and a lot of random people were making bad comments on it. Maisie said people were speculating this was a drug-related thing or something to do with the girls. Maisie told me she did not notice the names of the people who were commenting, but said they were weird accounts with just one follower. Maisie said people were making bad comments on all of the other victims' accounts as well. I asked Maisie if the girls had any bad feelings with any of their neighbors. Maisie said she did not think so. Maisie told me she was at Xana's house a lot of the weekends and said that they would often get noise complaints. Maisie said that she was present for 2 of the noise complaints. Maisie thought the person making the complaint lived in a house behind 1122 King Road, but was not certain. Maisie told me she never witnessed any retaliation from any of the neighbors, and I asked Maisie if Xana and her roommates knew everyone who lived around them. She said she did not know. I thanked Maisie for speaking with me and told her if she thought of anything else to let us know. My conversation with Maisie was recorded and is copied onto DVD, which I have booked into MPD evidence. Okay, sorry about that, guys. My eyes were crossing a little bit. All right. Walmart warrant service again. No, there's a lot of it, Terry. There's a whole lot. 1 second. So this one is on November 21st. I applied and was granted warrant for Walmart for related sales of the following items for the period of January 1st to the present. Of course, K-Bar USMC fighting knife sheath and K-Bar full-size USMC straight edge knife. On November 28th to 22, approximately 13:16, the warrant was served. Forensic account MD with the Federal Bureau of Investigation assisted with the production and service of the warrants. On December 8th, I received a packet from Walmart containing paper documents and 2 DVDs with sales data on them from the local Walmart in Moscow. These files were downloaded to the forensic, same place, in the lab. On December 9th, I received notice from FAD. The data requested pursuant to the warrant was received. All that stuff. It doesn't tell you any of what it is. It just tells you that they received it and they downloaded it to those systems, those computers. I'm sorry. All right. Let me see, because some of these are just like I said, real quick nothings. This is the OCRI info with Captain Barrett. Once again, this is just information that was given to them, put on a flash drive. So nothing there, folks. Now this next one is interview of BJ from K-Bar 157. Interview with BJ on 12/2. The FBI tip line received a call from K-Bar employee MD. Reference a LM. M had been contacted earlier on 12/1 by ISP Detective Boone and Barrett due to his name being provided by K-Bar on a list of people who had placed orders from K-Bar. D stated a call taker, BJ from K-Bar, received a strange phone call from M on 12/1 of 22. J provided a written statement about the conversation entailed. J stated that she answered the call with the normal greeting directed by K-Bar. M interjected when she asked about his concerns about the call and stated, "We will get to that later." J went on to tell M why the order was canceled. M stated that he understood and never put his phone number on orders to prevent phone solicitation. M then abruptly asked, "What can you tell me about the 2 feds that showed up at my door today?" questioning my recent K-Bar order. J stated she did not know what M was talking about and she had no knowledge of the investigation. M then stated something to the effect of, a K-Bar sheath was left at the scene. J stated she did not know anything about the situation and asked M if he wanted to complete his order. M stated that he was a collector and had enough for now. He also added he better hold off until things die down a little. M then ends the phone call. I spoke with Detective Boone and Barrett on 12/2 and asked them if they mentioned the knife sheath. Both detectives stated they did not mention anything about the sheath and that the conversation with M was very routine. They did not record their conversation. I called Jay back on 12/13 and asked her to tell me about the call with M. Jay reiterated the context of her statement. However, she stated that M told her a K-Bar sheath was left at the scene and added M told her one of the investigators told her that. Investigation into M continues. M, huh? What? That's different. That's real different. Who the hell is M? And they're still trying to figure out who that is, too, based on what this said. At least they were. Thank you, Mr. Brian, for the membership. I can't see who got that, but congratulations to whoever got it. And thank you, Brian. God bless. We love you, bud. They're talking about somebody who starts with an M. It doesn't give any other initial, just a one. Welcome to the sauce, Kazi. It looks like that's awesome. Thank you so much, Brian. So there we go, guys. This person whose name starts with M, or the name they gave that starts with M, was irritated about two feds showing up at their door about the K-bar knife that they bought, or was looking into buying, I should say. And this person canceled and said, no, they're a collector. They have too many. They have enough now, and they don't need it now. That's kind of weird. And the person should not have known about the K-bar she's being left at the scene, but they told her about it. That's interesting. Yeah, it was the guy, Gene. Matt Moy. I don't know. It doesn't give the last initial, it just gives the first one. It could be Witchy. That could be. But how did they know about the knife sheath? Or was that out at that time? Maybe. Okay. That makes some sense. I don't know. Moving on. Sorry, guys. Okay, this is what's this one's interesting. Are you still in here, Willie? We might be stopping to talk about this one at this point. He's one having party Saeed came from. Okay. Got you, Witchy. All right, so this next one is Detective Brett Payne. I know, Josie. It's all good. I knew Willie wanted to talk about this, so no problem. All right, so this is Detective Payne. This was a search warrant put out for blank Queen Road. On 11/23, once again my birthday, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for blank Queen Road, the residence of Jack Showalter. The warrant was based off the following information, okay? Officer House and I responded to blank Queen Road at approximately 1000 hours on November 15th, 2022, 2 days after the murders. Miss Boone, welcome back to the sauce, dear. Congratulations. Great to have you here. That's what I was saying too. Typically is the date. Yeah, right, Brian. We walked on the common walkway in front of the door to Showalter's apartment and observed the exterior of the door. The area around the door had numerous spots of a dried fluid, which appeared to be rust spots from a metal roof above the apartment's door. These drops were mainly on the wall next to the door frame, not on the frame itself. I observed what appeared to be a different fluid spot on the door, approximately 8 inches up from the bottom of the door under the doorknob. I also noticed that the deadbolt plating was clean, polished silver, and had no dirt on it. I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview with a possible witness, Officer House, and several members of the ISP forensic unit, to include Detective Hugh Powell, walked back to blank Queen Road, blank. I met back up with OF's Officer House and Detective Powell a short time later, and they told me they believed the spot of dried fluid on the door displayed similar characteristics to that of dried blood. Hold on. What did I go over or not go over? Oh, okay. Yeah, in my opinion, this is a really important one. Really important. So focus on this one, guys, because this threw me off a little bit. Up here, so yeah, sorry. Back to where we were. similar characteristics to that of dry blood. Namely, Detective Powell stated that the spot displayed a cracking texture common when blood dries on a surface. The spot also displayed a similar drop pattern to the blood spots found on the banister wall and the wall on the stairwell to the ground floor, which I observed in 1122. So there was more blood spots here, okay, in the house, on the stairwell, and on the wall in the 1122 house. 1122 King Road is what it says. I'm sorry. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolt plates on the doors in the same apartment complex, all of which had a fine layer of dust. Officer House also confirmed Showalter's door did not have the same layer of dust as though it had been cleaned off. I returned to Moscow PD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security footage provided by the owners of blank Linda Lane, of possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 0350 hours on 11/13. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. The cameras show the parking lot of blank Linda Lane, which is situated directly south of 1122 Queen Road. The frame captures a portion of the blank Queen Road parking lot in front of blank, but does not capture the apartments themselves. The area of blank Queen Road blank is also much darker than blank Linda Lane. The video is infrared and is thusly displayed in black and white at approximately 0350 hours on 11/13. Per the timestamp on the video, a figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses blank Queen Road blank. The figure walks to the west out of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video as the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartment buildings. At blank Queen Road, the terminus of this sidewalk is immediately east of 1122 King Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. Based off of the information above, Moscow PD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to Queen Road. Access to the residence per this search warrant was granted only if a presumptive positive test for blood was found on the exterior door. Nothing was found during this search, and the warrant was returned. On 11/23, Moscow PD Officer Morris was contacted by Jack Showalter, or JS, a maintenance worker for blank, which manages blank Queen Road. S told Officer Morris that he conducted a routine maintenance order on blank Queen Road on 11/22, the day before, wherein he discovered something of note. This gets interesting, folks. I had Officer Morris call blank and place him on speakerphone so I could talk with him. I asked S to tell me what he found. S told me he and another maintenance worker entered the apartment on 11/22 in order to check on a water quality complaint made by the tenant. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issues. S said he entered the only bathroom in the residence and began to inspect the drain when other maintenance worker advised that there is what appeared to be blood on the shower curtain. She said he looked and discovered what appeared to be two separate smudge marks on the shower curtain, which appeared to be dried blood. She described the smudges as 1 inch by 1 inch. She said that, hold on. She said he then noticed another smudge of what appeared to be dry blood on the toilet flusher handle. She added that there appeared to be spatter of blood on the toilet flusher handle. I'm sorry. Jesus, guys, I'm sorry. My eyes are crossing a little bit. She added there appeared to be spatter of dried blood near the light switch on the interior wall of the bathroom. I asked S to describe the marks. He told me they appeared to be reddish brown in color. S added, I've seen dried blood before, and the marks appeared to be similar to that. S added the only thing he did in the restroom was flush the toilet in order to check the water quality. S said that the toilet appeared clean but then became clogged when he flushed it. S noticed it was odd that the toilet became clogged. S said he and his counterpart then left the apartment. I asked S if anyone else had reasons or means to access the apartment because he or S between the time. Wait, he appeared. What the hell? I asked S if anyone had reason or means to access the apartment beside he or S. Between the time he left the current time, S said no. I served the search warrant with ISP investigators Jeff Talbot, Hugh Powell, and Jake Schweike. We discovered the blood smears and spots and the locations. S described in addition that there were more blood spatter spots on the wall on the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected. Now listen to this part, folks. This is what blew my mind here. 94 in total. And ISB Detective Talbot took photos of the residence upon completion. I left the required paperwork on the couch. Same thing I did in Brian's when they served the warrant on Brian's apartment in Washington. In the living room, and Detective Talbot took a photo of it. All units cleared without further incident. The search warrant was returned on 12/4 of 22. Okay. Hang on. Let me see here. All right, let's jump to the next one then. All right. 1 minute. There we go. I guess it's part 2. Again, Brett Payne, search warrant for Queen Road, part 1 of 157. Oh no, I just picked up the wrong one. I'm sorry, you guys. There we go. Here we go. So that was interesting to me. That this was Jack Showalter's apartment, and there's all these 94 blood smears supposedly all over this apartment. It's a little wild to me. Does anybody want to discuss this at this point? Or do you want to keep going? Here, let me tell him that we're talking about it now. See if he gets it. 1 second here. Give me a minute. One minute. All right, where are we at here? Where you at, Willie? There we go. Okay. So, let's see if Willie responds. I know he been saying BK is guilty as ever, and I still think so. But man, these docs have me questioning every. See, that's what I'm saying. And for anybody to question any of this stuff, it makes you wonder. Okay, that's all I'm doing. It gives us more questions than we have answers to anything, and they don't get any less, folks. It gets more and more. So they're saying it was 94 samples. Okay, then we're gonna get to another point here where they say that there was a mistake made, and when he was putting it in the system, that he didn't hold down the shift key, and he tried to use the the parentheses or whatever that is and hit 9, and it wasn't supposed to be 9. It was only supposed to be 4 because they were looking for 94 and only found 4. And we'll get to that, okay? But I'm just giving you guys a heads up that that's coming. I just want to see if Willie responds to me before I go forward any further. And again, guys, I just find it questionable because Jack Showalter was one of the last people to be with them. Jack Showalter was there, and I initially, I'll be honest with you guys, I initially questioned Jack Showalter in the early on points of this case. And I'm not saying he did anything at this point, but it's definitely weird that came out. And if it did, why was that not told to us early on in this case before? Why was it never brought up before? I don't know. It's very, very strange. That's all I'm saying. So he's not responding. He probably laid down or something. That's okay. So this next one here is again from Danny Vargas. Hang on. I mean, doesn't anybody else think that somebody that spent, the night around them, some before they ended up being murdered that night, should definitely be kind of looked at importantly? And from the document that we read about Jack Showalter at one point, that he went home that night and then he left that night sometime to go to his parents' house in Boise to spend the holidays and didn't come back till way after the holidays, from my understanding. So he didn't go to Africa, from my understanding. He just went to his parents' house. That's all he did. Okay. Just saying. This was a phone interview with RJQ CW. Yeah, it's very suspicious in my opinion. I agree with you. Yeah, his family has a lot of money. They're very important people, and his grandfather, I think, is a huge, huge donor of money to the university. So, where did Jack go when he left the girls, when they got their ride home? That's my question. Yes. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm chewing a piece of ice. Right. There's Pains that donate too, right? I mean, these people are all people of this area, so. All right, so no response. No, his phone's probably in the freezer. We don't know, Cat's Meow. I don't know what the deal is with him for sure, and I'm not going to say anything factually yet because we don't have that. But on November 15th, I had a phone message from the front desk to contact R blank, as she may have information regarding Kaylee Gonsalves having a stalker. RR on November 15th of 2022 at approximately 11:15 hours, I called and spoke with R. I introduced myself to R and told her I was giving a message to call her possible information regarding Kaylee having a stalker. R told me that she and some friends had lunch with Kaylee around September 11th, 2022, and she thought Kaylee said something about having a stalker. R thought Kaylee mentioned receiving something in the mail, but some of the other friends at the lunch thought Kaylee mentioned getting a strange message through Facebook Messenger. R told me that she had been speaking with all of the friends who were at the lunch, and they were trying to remember what was said. R provided me with the names of the other friends who were at the lunch with Kaylee on or around September 11th of 22. We have names here. Looks like CW graduated last year. MB left U of I last semester. SR, a student at WSU. NBD, unknown phone, current U of I student, are the people that were there. R provided me with the names JQ and told me Jay and Kaylee were very close friends and had plans to live together in June. R said that Jay was not at the lunch, but she thought Kaylee would have spoken with her the most. R said Kaylee spoke with J, C, and B the most. I asked R if she could think of anyone who Kaylee had issues with, and she said no. R told me Kaylee was very kind-hearted to everyone. I asked R how the conversation came up regarding the stalker at the lunch with Kaylee. R said that Kaylee would always talk about things in a light-hearted manner and said one time she was speaking about childhood trauma in a joking manner, and they did not think much of it. R thought the stalker topic was just brought up at some point during the lunch conversation, but she could not remember how specifically. I thanked R for the information and told her to contact us if she remembered anything else. Now this says JQ. Okay, give me 1 second, you guys. All right. Again, JQ on November 15th to 22 at approximately 14:30, I called and spoke with JQ. Jay told me she and Kaylee had plans to move in together in June and said she spoke with Kaylee often. I asked Jay about the topic of Kaylee saying she had a stalker. Jay told me she remembered Kaylee mentioning something about a stalker but could not remember any of the details. Jay said she last saw Kaylee the weekend of October 3rd, 2022, when she came for a visit to attend the U of I football game. Jay said she also visited Kaylee around the weekend of June 14th of 22 and did not think Kaylee mentioned having a stalker on either of those weekends. Jay thought the topic was brought up sometime during the previous school year in May. I asked Jay if Kaylee shared any information with her of having problems with anyone. She said no. Jay told me that she did not know if anyone who did not like Kaylee or would have had it out for her. I asked Jay if Kaylee mentioned having any potential love interests or said she was seeing anybody. Jay told me that she last saw Kaylee on the weekend of October 3rd. Kaylee said that she was not seeing anyone or sleeping with anyone. I asked Jay what she knew about Jack Decor, Kaylee's ex-boyfriend. Jay told me Kaylee and Jay both loved each other and did not have any hard feelings against one another. Jay said Jack and Kaylee started dating when they were younger, and Kaylee broke up with Jack so she could grow up a bit and experience other things. Jay said at first the breakup was hard for Jack, but they remained friends. Jay said she did not know the other roommates that well who lived with Kaylee. Jay said that when she visited during the weekend of October 3rd, there was a bunch of people at Kaylee's house, but no one stood out. Jay told me she was with CW and handed the phone to C so I could speak with her. This is with CW now. I told C I had spoken with R about the lunch that they had with Kaylee and the topic of the stalker. C said she and her friends have all discussed the stalker topic and could not remember exactly what was said. I asked C if there was anyone Kaylee spoke to her about that. She said no. C told me she graduated from the university last year and was not in Moscow and did not spend that much time with Kaylee. She said that she did not know anyone who did not like Kaylee or had it out for her. And she did not know Kaylee's roommates. I thanked C for speaking with me. C gave the phone back to Jay, who told me I should speak with Kaylee's friend NG. And said N and Kaylee spent a lot of time together. And Jay both provided me with their current addresses. CW, JQ. I thank both of J and C for speaking with me and told them to contact us. Of course, if they remembered anything else, my conversation with R and J, and that's that. Thank you, Meg. And again, guys, we don't expect any kind of donations here to be here, but it is so very much appreciated, and it does help keep the channel going. So thank you all so very much. All right. Let's see. The next one is for a forensic extraction on an iPhone. This is, again, Detective Mowry. Let me see if there's anything of any importance in here. Okay, so all this reads is it shows that there was an extraction done on this phone. The phone was powered on. I placed it in airplane mode to protect any potential evidence on the phone from being removed or remotely deleted. I took photos of the device, attached them to the case file, and the phone required a passcode to access the data on the device. Something provided a passcode, blank, blah, 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 and okay. In continue with my examination of the phone, I made the following changes to the phone settings, and auto lock was turned off. That's it. It doesn't say anything. And again, the phone will and the forensic computer. These changes allow the phone and the forensic computer to communicate and share information properly. The phone was then connected to the forensic computers running, and then they uploaded everything off of them. Okay. So that's that. Okay, let's see here. Next up. Okay, this document comes from Chief Fry. Give me one more second, folks. All right, so Willie's power went out. I guess they're having a really bad storm, so that's why he's not able to do anything. So no worries, no worries. On 12/13 at approximately 2000 hours, I interviewed SP in blank, Idaho at the blank, blank, blank. P had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. I asked P if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person. P told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person's name was G or G, later identified as GM, whoever that is. And then it says blank 2003. It must be a birth date. Okay. P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Jesse. Good to see you, sir.
I come with terrible news, Dago.
Oh, what is it?
Terrible news.
You're out of coffee or wine?
Worse than that. We've lost one of the good ones.
Who's that?
Andrea Burkhart. She's now Team Dylan and Bethany.
Uh-oh.
Broke my heart, Dago. It really did.
What brought that about?
To be honest with you, I think it's influence from some of the other law tubers that I know she's friendly with. I know some of them have had some really negative things to say about us and about the case, as far as anybody who would view it with any skepticism. And meanwhile, when they speak about the case, they don't know how to pronounce anybody's name, or they don't, they're still calling Zana, and I mean, butchering other names worse than that. So they don't know the facts of the case, but they have very strong opinions that Brian is guilty and the sole perpetrator and like a Bundy type. And I know she's super close with a couple of them that will remain unnamed. But I mean, I thought of all people, she's the, I don't know how she could go from being skeptical. Well, I mean, I haven't seen any information. I mean, I must be crazy, honestly. It makes me feel like I'm crazy, because what information has she seen that makes her now believe? I mean, there's nothing that you could possibly say that makes you believe what they're saying if you were ever skeptical. I understand that a lot of people don't have it in them to question the official story, but that's not her. So I'm really upset about this, guys. I'm terribly upset about this.
That's a definite 180. I agree with you on that one. That's pretty wild. Well,
and she says there's no legal path and there's no chance of appeal. And
that's not true. We saw that there was.
Yeah, I mean, almost. It feels like they cloned Andrea Burkhart and replaced her with somebody who's not the same.
Uh-huh. That's pretty wild. Wow. Definitely interesting. Well, it's all right. We'll see what happens here and see how everybody feels after the fact of things. You know what I mean? Yeah,
It doesn't sound like she's gone through these documents. I don't see how anybody could go through these documents and not be mentioning all the nuggets in here.
What I don't understand is Andrea's an attorney. How does she say that there's no legal recourse when we know it's been proven to us? Even the judge himself,
Garza, Idaho versus Garza or whatever, she didn't mention that.
Yeah, well, maybe she doesn't know about it, but that's a fact, guys. I can pull that up for you and show you that that's real. And that was Ruth Bader Ginsburg that presided over that and stated it herself in the video of it. So there's smaller issues that maybe are not available to him, but going that direction, that is absolutely available. Give me 1 second, Jesse. I have to grab something. Be right back. What did you do? Go to your bed.
I'm more upset that she's endorsing Dylan and Bethany than I am that she's says that Kohberger's guilty. I mean, I'm fine with people saying Kohberger's guilty if that's what they believe. But yeah, Dylan and Bethany. I mean, anybody whose intelligence I respect cannot believe that they're telling the truth. I mean, no reasonable human being can listen to what those two women have to say and believe it. I mean, this just doesn't make any sense. Flashbangs and people screaming and then them saying they were sleeping all night. I mean, catching them in so many lies, saying they're sleeping when we know they're not sleeping. Pretending they didn't see all the. Oh man, there's no way. So what did I miss when you were reading the documents? Did you go through that part where it sounds like somebody kicked their door in and Jeff had to come and put it back on the hinges?
Not quite yet. I did go through. I just read the document right before this where they claim 94 blood droplets in Jack Showalter's apartment.
Jack Showalter's, the blood in his apartment. I thought did you read the bit about Molly walking around with a flashlight?
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was I've been saying that the whole time. If Molly was actually at the scene at the time, she's
No,
got to be a suspect.
yeah, I didn't get to that one yet, but I know what you're talking about. Sorry. I read something else before that though. There's a lot coming.
All right. Well, I can let you continue if you want.
No, I'm good. This is an interview with S something P. I hate these blackout redactions. It drives me nuts. But the whole thing with the Showalter bugs the shit out of me because I looked funny at Jack Showalter in the very beginning, probably a good 3 months, and I question a lot
the
of
story of him driving to Boise in the middle of the night. I mean, that just stinks like a bullshit story, right? And
it's
you want to see them like check the. I mean, there's got to be traffic cameras between Moscow and Boise that he would have to drive by, and like on highways where there's no way around it. You have to go by this camera kind of thing, right? And
I would imagine. Yeah,
I sure hope somebody verified that kind of thing.
I would definitely imagine that what he walks the girls to the grub truck. They leave. He kind of throws his hands up in the air like, what the hell? And he walks off in a different direction. And he goes, according to the one report, he ends up driving to his parents' house in Boise in the middle of the night and stays there through the whole holiday season. So there's no way to see what his hands look like beforehand, you know, if he had any marks on his hands and anything healed, or I don't know. Okay. I do know that his family is very, very prominent. They're very important to the university. They have a lot of money. And it seems like the girls were trying to kind of get away from him. They weren't paying him much attention, and nobody
also,
knows.
Don't you feel like we were misled about how well he knew them? Like, to find out that he didn't even know who Kaylee was, didn't even know her name, or didn't know her at all. Right. I thought that was really odd because that's not how it was represented in the beginning.
Not at all. I was under the understanding that he was in that inner circle of friends with them, and all he knows is Maddie. And yeah, his grandfather was in government too. Damn it. Jesse, hold on. I got to grab my dog. Sorry.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look like they put enough effort into verifying what any of these people were saying. Really, the guy that cut his hand making a chicken sandwich with his pocket knife, they seem to just take his word for it. He sent them pictures instead of them going to take pictures themselves. Yeah, I'm extremely suspicious of Jack DeCoeur, Showalter, and Molly, the DoorDash driver. You know, a DoorDash driver walking around the neighborhood with a flashlight. It sounds like she's spending an awful lot of time. And I just don't think Molly is a DoorDash driver, to be honest with you. I think Molly's a drug dealer. I think she's delivering drugs, not Taco Bell. I just, you know, somebody who's that much of an addict and has that much of a problem, I don't see, you know, there's just not a lot of money in delivering DoorDash, and, you know, there's a lot more money in delivering drugs, and she wouldn't have any problem with that. There always seems to be drugs in her car as well every time she gets pulled over.
That's a good point, sir. That is a good point. I do agree with you. Gotta say that. Let's see here. Okay. That's another good point. Becky said, I can't see Molly walking up and down those hills with all those medical problems she has either. Another good point. And Jack called police first.
All those medical problems go out the window after a couple hits of the good stuff, right?
You don't feel much of anything, I would imagine. I can agree. Okay. Right, Mom. On 12/13/22 at approximately 2000 hours, I interviewed SP in blank, Idaho. This is Chief Fry, by the way. At the blank something, P had called me several days earlier to report some information he had regarding the quadruple homicide. I asked P if the information he would be sharing would be dealing with one person. P told me it would. I asked P if I could get the individual's name. P told me the person's name was G or G, later identified as GM. Okay, so I don't know who that is, and the birth date looks like something of 2003, maybe. P told me he did not know the individual's last name, but believed he knew where he lived. P told me he lived in the blank apartments. P told me this apartment is just off of blank avenue, then turn on to blank lane, and then right onto blank street, which doesn't help us at all. And the apartment is across from the blank blank. P blank told me G blank lives in the blank apartments. Damn it. P began by explaining to me that he had done a lot of work for DK. It's another name I gotta figure out. Who is the prior owner of blank. P told me he had been a friend of the family for many years, has done handyman jobs in the past for DP. Told me in 2020 he drove D, his daughter, L blank, and G blank up to blank to a place the family goes to have vacation almost every year. He told me after they got there that R blank, who is one of the D sisters of D blank sisters, got into an altercation with a male who was camped near where they were. P blank told me it was a heated argument, but everyone eventually went back to their campsites. P told me later in the evening he noticed R blank and L were walking past the male's campsite, so he went up a hill where he could observe and make sure nothing was going to happen. P told me he had been up on the hillside for several minutes in the dark when all of a sudden G blank just appeared out of nowhere. P told me it startled him for a minute because he never heard or saw G come where G came from. P told me that G pulled out a knife to show him. P told me that this was a hunting style knife. P told me he had spoken to G, who had showed a great interest in having a career in the military. I asked P if he could describe the knife to me. B blank told me was a typical 7-inch blade hunting skinning knife. P told me he had heard that G blank grades in school had dropped and that L blank had been extremely verbally abusive to him. I asked how L and G would travel to Moscow from Boise. P told me that they believed they would ride the bus when they traveled. P told me that they stayed in Moscow at D blank and G and his sister would stay in the basement and L would sleep outside or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. That's weird. P told me the significance of this was that G would keep his knives in the basement of the D house, in the wood pile that was outside, or in one of the two sheds in the backyard. P told me that around the end of May or sometime in the middle of June after the pandemic was letting up, he was at the Mad Greek having a late lunch or early dinner. P told me this was on a Saturday or a Sunday. P blank told me that he had ordered a glass of wine, which he is sure that Ethan brought him. P blank told me he is not sure if Ethan worked at Mad Greek or if he was just helping out. P told me a bit later he noticed that G had come into the restaurant with possibly D, who is G blank's cousin. P told me Xana and Madison had gone over to G's table and Ethan later joined them. P told me it appeared to be a heated conversation, but he could not tell what it was about. P suspected it may have had to do with the cancel culture and that G was stirring them up with conservative comments. P told me G left without eating anything. Later that night, around 9 to 10 p.m., P was at D blank's house in his backyard. P said that L was extremely drunk and she was yelling at G. P said she stated, "You are just a loser and you are going to spend your life in jail. You are ruining your life." P was not sure what L was referencing when she said this. P told me G left right after this altercation and he did not see him again. P told me G goes on long walks and does not return until the early morning hours. Now I wonder if P or if L is the same L that was at the house with the girls, possibly. I don't know, but we'll see. P told me he was over at D the next morning picking up some tarps from a job that he had been doing, and G showed up. P told me he asked G what he does after he leaves when his mom is yelling at him. Oh no, it's his mom. Okay. G told him he goes over to the college. P told me G believes the college is to blame for how his mom is. P explains that L went to parties at the college and began drinking. P told me he does not know for sure, but believes that L blank may have been sexually assaulted at one of the college parties. P told me he asked G about the conversation that took place at the Mad Greek restaurant. P said that G told him that he had followed the girls to the Mad Greek from the college. G told P that the two girls were lesbians. G told P he had went back to the girls' house, and when they came home, he was inside the house and made the statement, "They had no idea that I was there. I could have killed them all if I wanted to." P told G then told me that G then got a larger knife from out of the back shed and showed him. P told me every time he was around G and G's mom would explode on him, he always stayed very calm and he would not react to her. Damn, that's pretty wild. I'd like to know who G is. Like to know who G is. And P for that matter. That's interesting. That was in number 77, folks, for those of you that are interested. That's quite interesting. And why was that never brought up before either as a suspect? Once again,
This guy sounds almost too simple to get the job done, in my opinion.
yeah.
I mean, as much as it sounds really threatening and everything, it also sounds really juvenile and just, not this crime sort of, this crime has purpose. It doesn't look like it was over, a campsite fight.
Right.
I mean, and the drugs. I mean, for me, the motive centers around sex, drugs, jealousy, the typical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not you called me a name and I don't like, the fight at the frat that we've heard about.
Yeah.
Unless that was bubbling up of something that involves sex and money.
Yeah.
I'm not buying it.
Right. That was number 77 again, by the way, guys. This next one is from Danny Vargas again. Packing up personal items, 1122. This again just relates to I assisted with packing up, moving personal belongings from 1122. So she was in that with Fry and all them. It doesn't have anything of interest in here from what I can see. So again, we're not going to waste our time. We know that they packed up and loaded it into the U-Haul, and that was that. The next one here is meta warrants. And again, it states the exact same thing as every other warrant, that they filed the warrant, they were returned, they downloaded the everything to the computer in Moscow, and they returned it back to the prosecutor's office. So again, no need to read all that. Okay. Next one up is the Reddit warrant services. And again, this was on Kaylee's Reddit account. It doesn't give the number of, it gives two identifiers, which is two different emails. It says the same thing. It was returned. They uploaded it and it was put into the computer in Moscow and they returned it to the prosecutor's office. Next up, we have the Goncalves Gmail warrant. Once again, same thing happened with that one. Next up is the Reddit warrant again. Oh wait, no, I went backwards on that. I'm sorry, you guys. There we go. Okay, so this is a forensic extraction and An iPhone provided by CK. That Kara Kuno. Okay. The phone was powered on. I placed it on the airplane mode to protect my potential evidence. Examining the iPhone, I first looked for identifiers indicative of use of ownership. Device was black in color with a black color case. Device was running iOS 15.6.1 and showed model number M. Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. CK. It would have to be what I would think. CK, unless there's another name CK. And once again, same thing happened. Everything was uploaded into the computer systems in Moscow, and everything was returned. I just don't see the point in reading all those because it's just, we know what it is. Forensic extraction. This one was for a Samsung Z Flip 4. Provided by LB, whoever LB is. And that would be Lyndon, right? Okay, that's yeah, Lyndon. And again, everything was done as always with these phones were. Amazon warrant return. Okay, that one's a little more interesting. It shows Detective Mowry, November 26, 22. I applied, was granted a warrant for any data associated with knife sales of the following items. ASIN numbers, whatever those are, K-bar full-size U.S. Marine Corps fighting knife, and leather sheaths. They were given the served to the FedEx with the Federal Bureau of Investigation Assistance Protection Service on December 8th to be served. The email back was the response. Is available to download. Same thing. So yeah, that was about the K-bar knife and sheath via Amazon, but the same return on it, folks. Nothing different. This next one here is about the Kernodle, property release through Captain Barrett. They asked for Jeff Kernodle a property release form. He was to drive down and retrieve the item since he was in blank, and it looks like he did that. I met with this time, took custody of the blue Honda. So, okay, so this is just Xana's dad coming and taking custody of Xana's belongings. Another property release. This is for Dylan Mortensen. And it just shows that met with RM. Ziploc bag of jewelry, a small purse, Nike Jordan shoes, North Face black puppy coat. That's all. It was released to, I'm guessing, a parent to Dylan. Why didn't Dylan just get her own stuff, though? That's weird. That's the only DM that I know of on there. Unless she just couldn't handle coming back. Maybe that makes sense. Video capture. Okay, here we go. So this here, Detective Mowry, December 22nd, I was tasked with reinstalling the exterior camera known as the light bulb camera at the 112 King Road to capture some comparison video and audio. I contacted one of the tenants, TL, who gave me permission to access her residence and conduct the recording. Upon arrival, I unplugged the power to the current router and removed the camera from the light socket on the exterior of the residence. I then powered on the router I had secured from the residence earlier and installed the camera I secured as evidence earlier into the light bulb socket. While installing the camera, I hear a crack and felt the light bulb base mount become loose. It should be noted the approximate temperature outside while installing the camera was between 5 and 9 degrees. I previously had installed a new SD card into the camera and powered on the router and camera at the Moscow PD to ensure the camera was functional. I then was able to monitor the camera using HomeEye Pro app on my phone. Corporal Brett Payne was able to drive a white-colored vehicle into the view of the camera. Sergeant Blaker parked a vehicle near the residence and closed the doors and trunk on a vehicle for audio comparison. A K-9 unit from Lewis County Sheriff's Office was utilized to capture barking audio comparison from the residence. well, still, there's the rumor dispelled that Brett Payne did the barking. They used a real dog. Upon completion of the data collection, I powered off the evidentiary router and removed the camera from the light socket. In doing so, the base detached from the camera and a wire became disconnected. I gathered the router and camera, placed them back into their evidentiary beds, returned them to secure computer forensic lab. Reinstalled the current camera and reconnected the power to the new router. I contacted Elle to ensure she could access her camera, and she responded in the affirmative. And Corporal Payne and I then ensured the residence was locked and left the residence without further incident. Okay. So they even broke her camera. That ain't cool. Okay, this is the next one I'm going to say. Looks like it says initial interview with B. Oh, okay. This is interesting. Everybody's going to want to hear this one. Bethany Funk. All right. On November 13th, 22, at around 13:47 hours, I interviewed Bethany Funk at the Moscow PD in regards to the death of four of her roommates. Bethany is a resident of King Road residence, was home sleeping in her room located in the basement floor of the residence. Bethany has an iPhone 11 Pro cell phone with passcode, whatever. Bethany went to the blank party at around 20:30 hours with Ethan and Xana Kernoodle. They hung out in an apartment for a while together, and then Bethany went up to the main part of the fraternity to hang out at the party. Maddie and Kaylee went to the corner club together. Not sure when they left. Bethany did not see Ethan and Xana at the party and left to go to KF residence at Taylor Avenue. Bethany walked home at around 1-ish, and when she got back to 11:22, Dylan and LM were at the residence, and they all watched a movie together. Maddie and Kaylee got to the residence to the house at around 1:45 or 2 a.m. L left the house, and Dylan went to bed. B hung out with Maddie. Bethany hung out with Maddie and Kaylee for a while in Kaylee's room. So there's okay. So now we're hearing a different version of that. Bless you. So now it's just Bethany, Maddie, and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. Okay. Bethany and Maddie took Murphy, Kaylee's dog, out to go to the bathroom between 02:30 and 03 o'clock. Bethany did not stay outside for very long as it was cold. Maddie then went to bed and watched a TV show to help her sleep, Baby Daddy. At around 4 or 4:20 hours, Bethany heard what she thought was a firework and saw a spark on the ground from under her door. Bethany then heard Murphy barking. Dylan called Bethany and stated she had seen someone in the house, and Bethany told her she could come to her room and sleep with her. Dylan went to Bethany's room and went to bed. They woke up around 1100 hours and talked to the other friends who came over, and they checked on Xana and Ethan and found them deceased. Bethany originally called 911 and stated her friend was passed out and would not wake up. Bethany talked about an incident with Kaylee, who stated about a month ago. So that whole thing was a lie because, once again, they were not sleeping. Bethany talked about an incident with Kaylee that stated about a month ago. She saw an unknown male up above their house on to the south who was staring at her when she took Murphy out to go potty. And he stated Kaylee broke up with her longtime boyfriend about 3 months ago because she was planning on moving to Texas. Bethany could not provide me with anything else at the time. That's pretty weak. Pretty weak. Jesus.
So what's the spark and the fireworks? Is that a taser, a gun, or a flashbang?
Right. I don't think it's a taser because I don't think it would have made a bang.
And flashbangs aren't easy to come by. I mean, where do you go out? I mean, unless you're in the military or police force, where are you going to get one of those?
Well, you just said it right there. I don't know.
I mean, Brian's not going to have a tough. Brian's going to have a tough time getting flashbangs, probably.
Yeah, absolutely, most definitely. Most definitely, I agree with that. Remember when Ann Taylor hired a ballistics expert? Well, that could be. Good point, Joanne. This is the secondary interview with Bethany Funk. This was done 12/28. Okay. And it was there's a digital audio recorded. I'd love to hear it. Audio will be booked into DVD. Okay. So on November 16th at around 11:55, I met with Bethany Funk at her blank office at blank, blank, blank. Present during interview beside me and Bethany were her blank, blank. And Matthew, when something TV and math, probably attorneys then. Okay. And Matthew, when the Nevada State Police this is what we're talking about. This is Nevada shit then, I guess. Investigation Division. This was a follow-up interview with Bethany related to the homicides in Moscow, Idaho. I asked Bethany who had the front door code. Bethany told me the following people had the door code: Bethany Funk, Dylan Mortensen, Maddie Mogan, Kaylee Goncalves, Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Jenna JM. We have CC or CO, LM, Hunter Johnson, Emily Onstott, and JL. Who is JL and who is CC? That's a lot of people to have that code, but whatever. Okay. Bethany stated the above named people were the only ones she knew that had the code. Bethany stated the code for the front door was the same code from the year before. I asked Bethany what the code was, and she stated it was blank, blank. Bethany stated Maddie was the only roommate who lived in the residence the year before. Bethany stated that her, Dylan, and Kaylee moved in around August 3rd, 2022. Bethany stated Ethan had his own apartment, but she was not sure where it was located. Bethany stated Maddie kept her same room from the year before. Maddie's room was located on the third floor on the east side of the residence next to the bathroom. I asked Bethany about Murphy's routine. Murphy was Kaylee's dog she had purchased when she was still dating Jack Decor. Bethany stated Kaylee would primarily take Murphy out, but Maddie would also help. Bethany stated they never just left the door open because he would run away. So they would have to use a leash when they took him out. Bethany stated Murphy would not bark that often and was very friendly. Bethany stated Murphy would primarily sleep in Kaylee's room, and if Kaylee was not home, he would be left in the room. I asked Bethany about the Uber driver Maddie and Kaylee used on a regular basis. Bethany stated Kaylee knew him from other blank who used him on a regular basis. Bethany stated they would either contact the Uber driver through the app or contact him directly. Bethany stated the Uber driver was very friendly and was always nice to everyone, and everyone trusted him. Bethany was able to tell me the Uber driver was married and his wife had just had a baby. Bethany told me that he drove a small car, possibly gray or black, but she could not tell me more about the car. I asked Bethany who in the house had a boyfriend. Bethany told me Xana was dating Ethan. Dylan was dating a boy named Q, that's Quinn, who lived in Boise and went to BSU. Maddie was dating Jake Schreiger, who lived in Boise. Kaylee was dating Jack Decor, but had recently broke up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. B stated M was Xana's big in the Greek system. B stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him possibly more than once. MB. Who is MB, you guys?
Well, that's different. Didn't they just ask if Kaylee was sleeping with somebody?
Yep.
And they were told no, and now Bethany's throwing Kaylee under the bus.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this guy would need to be looked at.
That's different for sure. So MB stated that Xana. Oh, okay, hold on. He had recently broken up with him. Kaylee was possibly hanging out with MB. B stated that M was Xana's big in the Greek system. B stated the relationship was new and that he had never stayed over at the house, but Kaylee had stayed with him possibly more than once. B stated Kaylee was also talking to an ER. Damn.
Kaylee's getting around.
I mean, that's something new to me too. ER. Also a blank. B stated Kaylee was also talking to an ER. Also a blank. Oh, B stated she did not have a boyfriend, but did mention she was kind of hanging out with a KD. There's 3 of them. Jesus. Okay. Who is a blank, but they were not serious. I think these are frat guys, maybe. That's why they're blocking it out.
Well, in this context, hanging around with, to me, does not mean playing video games.
Probably not. Oh, okay. I asked Bethany if she knew, if she'd ever heard of a CG. Bethany stated she knew of a C, and he was also a blank. B stated C was a nice guy and knew D, Dylan. I asked Bethany if she knew a Cole Berenberg, and she stated she did not. Asked Bethany if she knew the person behind Kaylee and Maddie at the Grub Track video. Bethany stated she did not know who that person was. That would be Jack Showalter. I asked Bethany if she knew a guy by the name of SB. And she stated she did not know him. She knew a guy by the name of SB, or no, I'm sorry, but stated she had heard from a friend of Maddie's S that her boyfriend JF. Who is JF now? Jesus, these initials are killing me. Also a blank, that he would never want to get in a fight with S as he had anger issues. I asked Bethany about who paid for the Spectrum Wi-Fi account. Bethany told me it was Kaylee who paid for the account. Bethany told me the login for the password was blank and the Wi-Fi name was blank. Bethany stated she did not know what the actual username and login was for the account. I asked Bethany if she knew of anyone who had gotten asked to leave any of the parties thrown at the house. Bethany stated 2 guys from the blank house, JH, and another guy only she knew as R, got in a fight and were told to leave. Bethany stated this fight occurred about a month before the incident at the house. I asked Bethany about a AC. Bethany said A used to live at the house.
Ashlyn Couch.
Ashlyn, yeah. But moved out. I asked Bethany who used the bedroom on the west end of the first floor. Bethany stated Kaylee and Maddie used the room as an office. Bethany stated that Kaylee would use it for her work and had a computer in it. I asked Bethany if any of the girls who lived in the house had jobs. Bethany told me Maddie and Xana both worked at Mad Greek on Main Street. Bethany told me Kaylee worked for an online company and worked from home. Bethany did not know who the company was. Bethany told me Maddie also looked for an online company, but it was not the same company. Worked for, I'm sorry. Bethany said the company Maddie worked for was out of Boise, and during the summer, she had worked for them in her office in Boise. I asked Bethany about the drug use in the house and who used. Bethany told me Ethan and Xana both took Adderall. Well, there's the answer to what the blue stuff was. When they drank alcohol. Bethany told me that she saw Ethan and Xana both use Adderall the night before the murders. Bethany told me she saw Ethan take a pill and she saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled up bill in her room. There's the answer. Bethany also said that she thought Kaylee also used Adderall but was not sure. I asked Bethany if she had any issues from any of the other people who live around them. Bethany stated besides the 3 to 4 noise complaints that they had there were no other issues. Bethany told me Kaylee would look up the registered sex offenders who lived in the area. Bethany stated that Kaylee had found a registered sex offender who lived close to them in the blue apartments on Queen. Kaylee stated that he was older, in his 30s to 40s. Bethany stated that Kaylee was looking at the sex offender registry within the week or so before the murders. Bethany stated Kaylee was into crime shows. Bethany stated that there was nothing that happened to prompt her to look up the sex offender registry. I asked Bethany about 2 other incidents where Kaylee had mentioned some weird things happened. Bethany told me about an incident at Winco where a male had followed her around the store, watched her check out, and then followed her to her vehicle. Xana was waiting in the vehicle. Bethany stated Kaylee said the male was African American and in his late 20s. Bethany felt it happened sometime before Halloween, so mid to late October. Bethany stated that Kaylee purchased a case of White Claws for Xana. Bethany and her roommates had found the door open on November 4th at around 10:57, and they entered the house and grabbed golf clubs out of the west first floor bedroom. Bethany and the other roommates walked around the house with the golf clubs to check the house. Kaylee was not home for this incident as she had gone home for the weekend. The wind was blowing and the screws on the hinges were loose, and Xana's dad fixed it before he left that weekend. Kaylee told everyone about the incident where she saw a male watching her when she had taken Murphy out back to go to the bathroom. Bethany could not remember when this happened, but she could not provide an actual day. Bethany stated she had been at the chapter meeting at the time Kaylee called them asking if they were going to be home soon. The following is a timeline of events of November 12th to November 13th. Bethany stated that she was the last one in the house to wake up, and when she got up, Ethan was in the house, in the living room, and Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana were all gone. Bethany felt that she got up sometime between 10 and 11 in the morning. Bethany stated she checked her Find My Friends app and saw that they were at Taco Bell at the time. Once Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Xana got back, they started getting ready for the day. Kaylee, Dylan, Maddie, and Bethany were in Kaylee's room, and they were getting ready for the party at Taylor Street. The Whites. The house belonged to Bethany. S and K. The apartment is located on the second floor on the far east side of the apartment building. Kaylee left for the Whites before the rest of the group. Bethany stated that she left at around 2 p.m. with Maddie, Dylan, Xana, Ethan, Hunter, Johnson, J, Lai, K, A, B, and SS. Bethany stated she started drinking around 11:30 or 12 when still at 1122 King Road. Bethany stated she was drinking mimosas and high noons throughout the night. Bethany also stated that she also played a drinking game called Rage Cage later in the night. Bethany felt she drank a 12-pack of high noons during the night, 2 mimosas in a standard wine glass, and Bethany was unsure of what she had been drinking when she played Rage Cage. Bethany stated that she was at the Whites up until around 15:48 hours when she left with Xana. Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan stayed at the Whites. Ethan had left before her, and Xana, Bethany, and Xana went to AB's place. Somewhere on Taylor, Bethany and Xana left there around 16:51 and went back to 1122 King Road. Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan were all at the house and made food. Ethan was not at the house during this time. At around 1800 hours, Bethany, Xana, Maddie, Kaylee, and Dylan all went to take a nap, and they all set alarms for 2000 hours. Bethany got up at 2000 hours. Once they all woke up and got ready to go to the blank for a house party, Maddie and Bethany left first to go to P apartment at blank at around 2100 hours. Kaylee stayed home and was not going to go to the party at blank. Blank. Ethan and Xana came over to the party after Bethany and Maddie. Dylan did not come with the rest and walked over at a later time. Maddie was not there for very long, and she went back to the house to go to the club with Kaylee. Bethany felt Maddie left sometime after 2109 hours. One of Bethany's friends, Y.A., got to the blank and hung out with her. Bethany stated Y showed up at around 2200 hours. They stayed in one of the apartments for a little longer, and she and Y went up to the main house for the blank fraternity. Bethany stated this might have been around 2230 or 2245 hours. Bethany states he hung out in the main part of the house for a while, and maybe she for a while. And before she left the blank fraternity, she saw Ethan and Xana in P apartment B. Maybe the Pi-Fi apartment. Bethany stated this was at around 0017 hours. Bethany and Y went to a house again on Taylor. Bethany stated her J, H, K, and Y were the only ones at the house. Bethany stated she walked home around 0100 hours, and Dylan and LM were the only ones in the house. Bethany, Dylan, and L were watching Vampire Diaries for a while, and at around 0122 hours, L left. Dylan went to her room after L left, and at around 0200 hours, Kaylee and Maddie came home. Maddie, Kaylee, Dylan, and Bethany went up to Kaylee's room. Here it is. Kaylee's bedroom once they got home. Kaylee was getting ready for bed as they were hanging out in her room. Bethany, Maddie, and Dylan went downstairs, and Maddie and Bethany took Murphy outside to let him go to the bathroom. Bethany only stayed outside for a short time, and then she went back into the house and put something away in her cupboard. Grabbed a bag of chips. Bethany went downstairs to go to bed. Bethany stated nothing was unusual about Maddie and Bethany's demeanor when they got home. About Matt, wait a minute, must have been Kaylee. Anyway, when they got home, Bethany stated they both appeared to be happy. Bethany said Maddie was highly intoxicated, and she had not seen her at that level of intoxication for a long time. Very long time. Bethany said when she went to bed, she was using her iPad to watch a TV show off of Hulu. Bethany said when she was watching Baby Daddy, Bethany could not remember what episode she was watching or how long she was watching. As she was watching the show, Maddie came downstairs and asked her if she had Murphy with her because she could not find him. Bethany told her no. Bethany said her door was locked, and she normally locks her doors when she goes to bed. Bethany told me she eventually turned off the show and her iPad and went to sleep. Bethany said that she woke up after falling asleep to hearing what she felt was a firecracker go off, and she thought she saw a sparkler going off through the crack under her door. A sparkler. Which would mean it would be flickering, right, Jesse? It's not just a bright flash and it's gone.
I mean, it sure sounds like a flashbang, really, is what she's describing.
It does, truly.
It's just that it's hard to imagine anybody getting their hands on that unless they're
military.
law enforcement or military.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, the SWAT team would use flashbangs, right?
Yeah.
So you'd have to be SWAT or military,
or have access to those things. Yes, agreed.
But like hardened criminals would be able to get shit like that, right? Like
they could,
organized drug dealer types would be able to get shit like that.
Very possibly. Very
Koberger is it's a bit of a stretch to try and put a flashbang in Koberger's hands.
Yeah. There you go.
And just all this stuff that she's describing, as we've said so many times, there's only so much you can do in 8 minutes
Uh-huh.
And the descriptions of all these things and sounds and noises and and you're telling and we got people who I respect greatly coming out here and saying that that's it, he did it by himself, and it just blows my mind. So disappointed.
I get it. I do. Bethany stated she did not know what happened. What happened. Either Bethany called Dylan or Dylan called Bethany, and Dylan stated she thought she had seen someone dressed in all black in the house. Bethany said Xana had been wearing all black. Dylan responded by saying she thought that he had a ski mask on. Bethany said she didn't really know what to say to what Dylan said. Bethany admitted both her and Dylan got scared easy. Bethany even thought maybe one of Ethan's frat brothers could have been playing a joke. Bethany told Dylan to come down to her room, and Dylan ran down to her room. Bethany tried calling Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan's phones, and nobody answered. Bethany said it was normal for Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan not to answer if they were sleeping if she called late at night. Bethany looked at her phone, and it showed Bethany called Dylan at 0419 and at 420. Dylan called Bethany back. During the call, Bethany asked Dylan if she heard a firecracker, and Dylan said she did. See, that's all new too. Why was none of that stuff in the PCA? Because that's kind of important. Bethany could not recall if it was during this call where Dylan was talking about seeing someone in black walking into the house. Once Bethany and Dylan were in Bethany's room together, they continued to talk about what they heard and saw. Bethany told me Dylan said the male in black was walking out the back door and that they had made eye contact with each other. Bethany said Dylan said the male was white with a big nose. Oh, now we have that. Okay. White with a big nose, and that he was possibly holding a small vacuum type object. Bethany and Dylan did not call 911 at the time because Bethany thought Dylan was imagining what she was talking about. Bethany stated both her and Dylan were both still drunk and that they were very groggy. Bethany told me prior to hearing the firecracker, she thought she heard Murphy bark. She also heard what she thought was the beer pong table moving and cups falling. The beer pong table was located in the living room, which is above Bethany's bedroom. Bethany stated that she was not sure what the sequence of events were for sure, but she knows she heard Murphy bark, the beer pong table, and the firecracker first, before she called Dylan to see if she had heard the same thing. Bethany told me she tried calling Xana Maddie at 421 and then tried calling Ethan at 422. Bethany stated that she tried calling Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana several more times once Dylan got into her room. Bethany told me that when she went to bed, she remembers most of the lights being left on inside the house. Bethany told me after trying to contact the other roommates that she fell back to sleep and then woke up around 7:30 and tried calling her dad about her tooth. Bethany called
Andrea Burkhart mentioned this too, and she said she sounded like she was so sympathetic about the poor girl's toothache, and I just about puked.
Yeah, that's one thing that bothers me, this toothache thing.
Well, especially if you're drunk and hungover and you've been snorting Adderall all night, and you're going to call your dad and be like so drunk that you can't even recognize a quadruple homicide, and be like, "Daddy, my tooth hurts." Like, that just doesn't make a lot of sense. How many drunk college girls call their dad at 7 a.m. when they're still drunk from the night before over a toothache?
Right. And Critical said their stories totally fall apart with all the lights on in the house at 4 a.m. Good point. So yeah, and the toothache bothers me. Like, come on. But anyway, I'll just let it be what it is for right now. But her tooth, Bethany called her dad again at 0800, but there was no answer. Her house at 0801 with no answer, and then called her mom at 0802, and he answered and asked to talk to her dad. Her dad called back at 0809 and talked to him and eventually took Advil for her tooth. Bethany then fell back to sleep. Bethany woke up around 11 hours and noticed that no one else in the house was up. Bethany stated she knew this because Anna's Snapchat location was not on, and it should have been. Bethany and Dylan got scared because they should have been up. Bethany then called her friend Jay, that's Josie, I believe, or Jenna, and told her she and Dylan were scared and asked if she would come get Jenna McClure, get them. Dylan then called Emily and asked her to come over. Dylan and Bethany knew Emily was with Hunter, so they knew he would come over with her. Hunter arrived at the house and came through the front door. Hunter went up the stairs first. And when she and Dylan went up the stairs, Hunter turned around and told Dylan and Bethany to get out of the house and call for help. Bethany stated that she could see Xana on the floor of her bedroom. Bethany said Xana was wearing underwear and a sweatshirt. Bethany stated the door was partially open, but stated the door should normally would be closed. Bethany called 911 and was trying to talk to the dispatcher, but was having a hard time talking. Bethany had to give the phone to her friend Josie so she could talk to the dispatcher. I asked Bethany if she had ever seen Xana on the floor like that, like she did that morning. Bethany told me that she has never seen this, has heard Xana would pass out on the floor in the past when she is highly intoxicated. Bethany told me Hunter went back into the house. Bethany could not remember if Josie and Emily went into the house. Bethany told me she believed Hunter grabbed a knife from the kitchen when he went back into the house. Bethany stated the police arrived as she was still on the phone and she disconnected with dispatch. Bethany did not provide any further information related to this incident. And that's it. What a mess. Good God.
Yeah, well, I'm not buying the Dylan Kaylee and Maddie both worked online, but we just don't happen to know doing what. And by the way, they had an office with a bed in it in the house,
Right.
and they had a lot of money.
Yeah, they did.
And what were they doing? You know, I work online. But I do it 18 hours a day, and you have to actually be good at something. You can't be drunk all the time, even though as I'm saying it, I'm thinking you guys must be laughing because it does seem like I might be drinking too much sometimes. But yeah, I just find it hard to believe that both Maddie and Kaylee had these great online jobs that they were making a ton of money at that allowed them to be drunk all the time and partying and working in this room with a bed.
Right.
Doing what? I don't know. And,
right.
And it never gets mentioned. Nothing specific ever gets mentioned in a quadruple homicide case. Nobody even thought to ask what company they were actually working for.
Yeah, that's a good point. It is. And what they did. Very good point.
I mean, every other business is mentioned. We're talking about the Mad Greek. We're talking about the food truck. We specify the name of the establishment, where it is. We're not even getting into the field of the job. Was it real estate? Was it advertising? No, it's just they worked online. Sure sounds like OnlyFans to me.
I mean, it absolutely could be. It absolutely could be. I don't know how all that stuff works and what you do and all that. I mean, I have an idea, but it could be for sure. All right, so this next one is another one. It's Maddie Mogan's property release. Hold on here. That's number 91, 92. Okay. So this next one, I never heard about this before, but that doesn't make sense. That this is put out by Roger Lanier. It was about the disaster services response at approximately 08:45 hours. Hold on. Probably only going to do a few more of these guys for the day because we've been here going on 5 hours. I got to give you guys a break on this. Hold on here. Disaster services respond to 1122 to begin cleaning the residents of the biohazards and other chemicals used during the crime scene processing. This was a prearranged response as members of disaster response were setting up their tents and barriers. I received a call from Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson. Mr. Thompson advised me that a judge's order had just been issued requesting all mitigation and cleanup be halted immediately. That was December 30th of 22. At that point, I instructed disaster services crew members to stop. I confirmed that the door to the residence had not been opened and no one had entered the residence yet. I checked the evidence tape on the door to ensure the seal had not been broken. I stood by while all of the equipment was loaded back into the response trailer and the entire team left the area. I returned the scene tape back over the Northern States security guard and replaced the barricade across the parking lot entrance. I left the scene at the time, and that was Captain Lanier. Huh. I remember when that happened. I don't remember why, but I remember when it happened. That is true too, that not all OnlyFans stuff it's not all sexual. That's true. So that is something to keep in mind. We never know. Let me see here. Okay. This one I was told about too was kind of interesting. Let me see. And like I think after this, I think we'll call it a day for this for right now. Should be able to finish them all by tomorrow then. This is the transportation of DNA profile to Othram, incorporated in Houston, Texas. On November 21st of 22, I traveled from Moscow to Meridian, Idaho to drop off evidence at the Idaho State Police Forensic Laboratory located at blank blank Meridian, Idaho. After getting evidence checked into the lab, I signed for a DNA profile, which had been generated by the ISP Forensic Lab. The DNA profile was collected from the knife sheath, which was found by ISP investigators from District 2 during the initial search of 1122 King Road on November 13th. The sheath had been transported to the lab by ISP troopers. The DNA profile was stored in a vial, which was then packaged in an evidence envelope by ISP lab technicians and properly sealed with evidence tape. I signed the package showing I was taking possession of it on 11/21, sometime between 16:30 and 17 hours Mountain Time. Once I took possession of the DNA profile, it stayed in the box provided to me by the ISP lab until 11/22/22. At around 3:30 hours, when I removed it from the box and placed it in small backpack, the backpack then stayed in my possession. The only time I was not physically holding the backpack is when I went through TSA security at the Boise airport. I was able to see the backpack as it went through the security system and a subsequent check of my carry-on by TSA security. The envelope the DNA sample was in never left the backpack at any time during the security check. I arrived in Houston at around 1400 hours Central Time, and I traveled to Othram Incorporated, which is located at blank, blank, blank in Woodlands, Texas. I arrived at Othram around 15:10 hours. I handed the envelope with the DNA profile to a JF employee for Othram. We completed the chain of evidence paperwork, both on the envelope and also on a form provided to me by Othram. I have burned all of these files onto DVD, which was booked into evidence. So he went by himself to deliver this. Dustin Blaker did. That's trustworthy. I don't know about that, guys. I think they should have had two people. That way one can witness the other and vice versa.
Is Blaker one of the guys that was involved in framing up that dentist or a chiropractor? Sorry.
I don't believe. I don't know 100%, but I don't believe so. Interesting. Okay, so that We're at number 94, so we're okay. We're good. I think that'll do it then for today, folks. I'm a little burnout from reading. He went alone, but that's not what Gamut testified to. Yeah, right. See what I'm saying? So that's just not right. Yes, I agree, Tomboy.
So many inconsistencies, and those documentaries were so inaccurate. The Dateline, the Amazon, basically everything that the mainstream media has been putting out there has just been pure fantasy, really. Did you mute yourself? I can't hear you no more.
Sorry. Yeah, Officer Tolson, that's right, was the ISP officer involved in the frame job with the dentist. That's correct. I don't understand why there are so many lies and so many like misconceptions and misdirections and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't make sense to me. What? I mean,
well, there's got to be something, you know, like drug selling, drug use, sex work.
Sure.
This would explain why we're getting so many different stories, because nobody, you know, if your friend is doing sex work, you don't want to be the one going on TV and telling everybody that, right?
Of course.
And if your friend has a drug problem, you know, it's the kind of thing you want to keep on the down low. So, I mean, that would sort of be understandable that they're lying about that. But unfortunately, if it goes to motive, it needs to be dug out. It needs to, you know, the authorities, the investigators need to sit them down and say, listen, I'm not here to judge you about this stuff. We just need to know to help with our investigation to catch the bad guys. And it doesn't sound like that was done. And it sounds like, you know, something is hiding in this case.
Absolutely.
I don't know what it is, but I think it might involve a large number. I can't pinpoint one person who's guilty or who looks, you know, people are like Showalter. Yeah, I mean, blood and Showalter, but they're not all lying for Showalter. You know what I mean?
Right.
It just sounds to me like there's a lot going on. It's
too much. Way too much. Yes, I agree. Thank you, Brian, for that membership gifting to Miss Sandra or Sandra. Welcome to the sauce, Sandra and Brian. God bless, buddy. We love you. Appreciate you very much.
Like I said before, Molly McMichael's husband was shot dead in what appeared to be a fight over a bag of meth.
Yeah.
And she happens to find herself on the scene of this crime and acting as a witness and spending, you know, she's supposed to be delivering a package, which, you know, doesn't take very long. And she's walking around outside with flashlights and spending time or in the neighborhood doing what, you know, like that to me is extremely suspicious as well.
I have to agree. Very questionable for sure. It definitely would make me look at somebody that's doing that more as a suspect than anything else. In a situation like that, for sure. So, yeah, that's something that should be looked into. Should have been looked into. I don't know. It's wild. It's wild, and it makes me notice that we've seen that Molly McMichaels is all over this area and has pulled over many times. She's involved with people that are not very good people, and she's stopped different places all over the place. Well, you can call yourself a DoorDash driver, but I'm kind of on the same panel, like plane that you're on with that, Jesse, because it just doesn't match. It doesn't ride for me, and I'm with you on that for sure as far as that's concerned. But again, once again, have we got to the not yet.
It's absolutely indisputable that Dylan and Bethany are lying, at least about the sleeping. We could argue about what they knew and what they heard and how much they can justify, and the toothaches and all this really unbelievable stuff. But it's absolutely indisputable. They continue to make statements saying, and then we went back to sleep. When there's digital evidence that they were never sleeping.
That's it.
And the idea that they woke up and they were sleeping and they woke up. No, They were never sleeping, and they were lying about that.
And we know that. We saw that proof. So why do you continue to lie, or why is it allowed to be continued to be followed as the lie
And
that was put out?
so many people call you a monster when you question what they're saying, and it's just, well, what they're saying is really important in this case. There's some of the key witnesses in this case, and they're not being forthcoming about what they know.
Mm-hmm. I agree, and we're getting a lot. It's kind of drawing. I guess I could say with this case, I've always had sort of these mental pictures of everything. This is drawing a different picture. I'm seeing things over here a different way over here. Certain things back here look different to me now. So when we finally get through all of this, maybe it will make some sense, maybe not, but it's definitely eye-opening in a lot of ways for a lot of reasons, I think. And I think I'm glad I'm glad that we're getting this. I'm really surprised we're actually getting as much of this as we are, to be honest with you.
Do you feel like they're dumping it on us like you would in a trial where you give the defense attorney a pile of boxes and make them sift through it? Like it feels like they did release an awful lot all at once.
The same thing they did to Ann Taylor. They just dumped it all on her, unorganized, and said, "Here you go." I mean, it's somewhat organized, but not enough for it to be. Yeah, I agree.
And Hitler said it was going to take weeks to slowly trickle out, and all of a sudden, bang! Here you go. Here's, I don't know how many pages in total is it? Anybody know how many pages it is?
I think I've downloaded 314 so far.
Yeah, I mean that's an awful lot just on the first day. Basically, here you go, guys. Have at it.
I think there's more coming too. I promise you.
Well, there's going to be a lot of FOIAs for body cams and interviews, and I don't know how much of that we'll get, but I'm sure we'll get some. Yeah,
and like Fox said, this is right. I've noticed that Xana and Ethan's timelines are changing on a regular. There's more documents like going into what I was believing with Xana and Ethan being targets and stuff coming up soon. And I'll be back here in the morning again, and we're gonna go through. Hopefully, we'll get through the rest of them. Possibly, maybe most of the rest of them, because I want to get this done. But I don't want to miss anything. Like I said, the warrants and certain things like that, we know what happens there, so we don't really need to read those. But the detailed interviews, all of those things are very important to see. But I'm surprised too, Witchy, that we did get as much as we did. I hope you guys are taking this in. I hope I'm doing okay for you guys. I hope I am. I'm trying. I'm like I said, I wanted to read every single word that was put out in these reports. And then, like I said, you guys all take it and perceive it however you do. And we can talk about that as we go as well. So like I said, if I'm doing anything wrong, please let me know. If I'm not reading it right or anything that you don't like with it, let me know so I can change that, by tomorrow and stuff. Sarge was in here this morning, Joanne, for a little while. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. So we will get back into this. And like I said, I do it some more tonight, guys, but this really
yeah, I need some rest myself.
That's it.
I may be back tomorrow, guys, but I cannot guarantee you that I'm going to be sober. Just throwing that out there. I mean, it is a Saturday.
It is what it is. It is what it is. And it is what it is. At 5. Yeah, we've been here for 5 hours. I think that's the limit for me. My brain is just kind of thumping right now. My eyes are crossed. So I got to take breaks from it. Otherwise, I do 2 shows on it, but we need to take it, absorb it, whatever. Do what you're going to do with it. Take a break, sleep, rest, go to other channels, do whatever you guys are going to do. But I really appreciate you being here, Jesse, Willie, Diane, and the other lady.
Cheryl? No?
Cheryl, thank you all for joining me. And guys in the chat, you guys are amazing for sitting here so content as I read through this and your comments, your input, everything. I mean, I appreciate every one of you guys more than you guys know.
Thank you to the chat. You guys are always pretty nice to me, and I do appreciate that.
Yeah, you guys, I appreciate how everybody does treat our guests in here that's important to me. Thank you to my
Tara, even Tara.
Yes, even Tara. Tara's important too, believe it or not. But yeah, so I'm saving all these by the way too. Yes, I download and then I'm saving them in the thing just to have. Brian, thank you for the memberships. Anybody that may have donated to anything here, guys, it's never expected, but it's definitely appreciated. It helps keep me going. I appreciate that very much. Thank you to my moderators for being in here with me all day. And you guys are amazing. Jesse, thanks once again, sir. I will see you very soon, I hope. Guys,
like
everybody,
I said, you may see me tomorrow, but I can't guarantee I'll be sober.
that works. Whatever works for you, sir. We will see you very soon. All right, brother. Everybody in chat, guys, as always, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, folks. Please don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people, and I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye, y'all.
Questions, mouth shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar. True crime cafe, where the whistlers play, where the lies don't fade, where the sinners stay. True crime cafe, nothing's black or white, just a bloody fight under flickering light. Constant questions, mouth shut tight. Truths and ghosts in the middle of the night. Everyone's guilty, nobody's right. Shattered glass on the floor like stars. A world of bruises and broken scars. Justice choking in a smoky bar.